And, you know, for some reason it is impossible to even get enter the
And hello, everyone.
Hello! Holy shit, it's almost expansion time, everyone.
Absolutely.
1 second, I'm just getting chat up.
Hello.
Chat up?
everyone.
What? No, chat up. Hello! Holy shit, it's almost expansion time, everyone.
And hello from me too.
1 second, I'm just getting chat up.
Well prepared as
Chat
always.
up? What? No, chat up. Hello!
Prepared as absolutely
Holy
always.
shit, it's almost expansion time, everyone.
And hello from me too.
1
Also, we
second,
have
I'm just
substantial
getting
audio
chat
feedback
up.
from well prepared as
Chat
always.
up? What? No, chat up.
Prepared
Hello!
as- So, you know, little tiny bit scuff, but we're fine. We're fine. We're here. Hello, everyone.
Yeah? Mm-hmm. Only slightly scuffed. Yep. Yeah, right. Holy shit. We are going to know.
Let's see. I know why. Yep, there we go.
Oh,
We should
fun.
be fine. Yep.
Yeah, man, we're going to know what the new expansion is in 40 minutes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, holy shit. Wow. So yeah, we've got a few things to talk about. Yeah. Okay, is audio fixed?
Yeah, it should be fine now.
All right, sweet. Of course I left the USB cable over there. 1 sec.
Yeah,
And I'm
is,
back.
yeah, is everyone ready for a nice long wait before anything actually happens? Because we are, in fact, scam artists, seemingly. Countdown to a countdown to a countdown. That's how it is here. But no, we've got a lot of things to do before we actually get into it. We have our bingo to go through. We have, with bingo, we have a lot of new leaks as well. That's one thing I find
Fucking
interesting.
hyper quality bingo.
There is a ton of why am I wearing these headphones? We can put them back on later. Yeah, there's like so much stuff has cropped up in the last I guess couple hours of just there's people a little bit more happy to throw out leaks because they're not going to be as important, generally speaking.
Yeah.
Because you're not going to be caught for them now, really. So it's been very, very interesting following. Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So okay, right. I'm going to get these notes up. So, what should we talk about first? Because I'm aware that when it comes to some of the leak stuff, we maybe don't want to go too into that. Because I know a lot of people want to, they don't want to be spoiled just before it happens, in case the leaks are actually right.
Yep. Indeed.
So, I guess, okay, we're going to cover kind of me and Matt's expectations, right? How we think things are going to be going. So, first things first. It is 16:21. Right, that means 39 minutes until Blizzard's thing goes live.
Very good mathematics.
Yeah, I know, man. Doing it live. In terms of my expectations, I think this is going to be like a mini BlizzCon stream.
Yeah, almost certainly, yeah.
Yeah, Blizzard are pushing this as a live thing, so I don't think it's just going to be like, cinematic 20-minute video done. I think they know that they need to do something chunky.
Yeah, I have a feeling this is going to be like, I don't know, it's weird because it's like one video, right? It's one video on YouTube, but obviously that could mean anything. We have no idea what length it is outside of if you're going to the lengths of actually getting viewing parties sorted out at like bars and stuff, you imagine it's going to be a substantial amount of time.
Shit, that too, yeah.
And I mean, I guess it's depends on how much they want to like eke out the news over until like the mobile game stuff happens. But I wouldn't be surprised if they were just like, here's this year in World of Warcraft. Because I feel like if they go, here's the expansion reveal, come back next week for Raft Classic, or, we'll talk about the mobile game and then stuff after that. I feel like this is going to be them going, here is literally the next like year, 2, 3 years, 4 years of not obviously like completely, but here's the next couple of years of World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Please don't leave our game in the current drought or the next downfall bit.
Yeah, I think they know that's happening for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, we're definitely going to find out about Wrath. Like Wrath Classic is, I think, almost a definite. I should say, Ian Craig, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining as a member.
Absolutely.
Hey, yeah. Right. I mean, at the very least, Wrath Classic is going to be a fun thing. And certainly, if anything that Towley said is anything to go by, this Wrath Classic might be, like, quite transformational. He really was not indicating that it's just, hey, you can go do Wrath, and I'll be over in a year and a half.
Yeah,
That's not at all how he pitched that. So,
yeah, it's like, what did he?
Yeah.
What was it? He actually said something like Classic plus plus or
He's-
plus plus plus. Basically, multiple pluses in terms of a Classic plus. So
well, just like how Zoval is, Titan
Titan.
plus plus in terms.
yeah, I guess there is the other thing of I guess it's like if it's Classic plus plus, this won't all be here it is planned. Here's Wrath is launching, and there's so much more to it. There'll be very much here's Wrath launching, and here's our plans for it going forward. And that's where the experimental gameplay team that we talked about last week will really come into it, where if they are actually doing really transformative things, then they have literally a team designed just for that. And it's full of classic producers and developers and stuff. So
I think a lot of people are probably A, unaware, and B, decently interested in the idea that they have an experimental gameplay team. So,
indeed.
yeah, if anything's going to make a Classic Plus in the same way that people think about old school RuneScape and what that is compared to RuneScape 2007, I mean, this is the closest to seeing kind of breadcrumbs of that plan that we've seen. So for what we should expect from the event, well, if it's anything to go by, usually there's a What's Next panel where they kind of give like a TLDR, right? Just going through all the expansion. Then often there is a deep dive panel. Those would usually be the next day at a BlizzCon. And that would usually just be a look into the systems.
Yeah.
Which, was a rumbly time.
Yeah, so we'll get into a couple of leaks later on, but Jeff Liu saying that, this is something to look forward to in terms of, I think it was, he can't wait to show off what he's been working on for the past few months, I think he said. That's senior UI designer, so is he above that now? Anyway, he's a UI designer, and I think we'll definitely get to see a lot of whatever new systems they have in store, be that systems for something we don't want to see or systems for a thing we very much do want to see. Then we will get to see like new UI, new kind of redesign, stuff like that. Because Jeff was like the character select redesign and a couple other things at the same time. So,
yeah, like if there's a big new system or anything like that, let's say, they revamped talents. This is on our bingo. That would be like a major system that a Jeff Liu would be working on. So that's, that he's working on a big thing instead of small incremental things based on his tease, I think in itself is kind of interesting.
For sure.
So for what we got previously, there was the 12-minute Shadowlands revealed and the 46-minute What's Next panel. What happens when denizens of Azeroth die? An overview of the process of death.
We still don't really know.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You get turned into fertilizer. So...
Or Vord, or no.
Or
No,
Vord.
That's what happened when the eel was alive. They got Vord, and then they didn't go to the same heaven. Yeah. Okay.
So I guess what we're expecting then, cinematic reveal, probably going to give us a rough window. Then I think we're going to learn some stuff about the lore. We'll get features, we'll get systems, probably 30 to 60 second zone preview clips. Same, similar thing for dungeons and raids. We'll have to see if there's a new instanced thing like Horrific Visions or Torghast. Systems UI. Right now, we don't really know what to expect. Obviously, Borrowed Power is not something that has been tremendously successful since Legion. Blizzard have indicated that they want to move away from that, though. And you know what? There's a few things. Like, I remember doing a pitch for a system where you basically had... This is ages ago. I think I remember Nikki doing like a little mock-up of it. But it was the idea that you could have, like, class talent points.
Oh, yeah.
So that you could, like, build out what your hunter is. Oh my god, that video might have been 2 years ago. That may have been more than 2 years ago. That's kind of terrifying.
I'm sure it goes.
So, who knows, right? Because it's like, how do they progress our characters if they're not going to do Borrowed Power? And Ian sort of indicated, I think, in a few interviews that, or at least our takeaway was like, this is what it is for Shadowlands. Moving forward, nope. I think that was Mike's takeaway from his, his final discussion with Ian.
Yeah, that's what I think is interesting because, like, no matter what way you slice it, it's always the Borrowed Power for the same reason. And that's because you can't build, or, they have, I guess, competing ideals where they think we should get new things and get new power and get stronger every expansion, but then that obviously has a cap on it. So they haven't quite figured out how to make us feel better going into a new expansion without just having to go at the end and go, sorry, we're taking all your toys away.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting to see if they have like a new really cool answer to that, or if it'll just be, hey, we've just kind of just kind of, I guess, wiped what you are, made you a little bit different now, removed all your stuff, keep like some of it, because like the idea of going into a new expansion and losing Convoke as a resto druid, I'm like, I don't want to play without Convoke anymore. So hopefully like they figure out what to do there. I mean, they've they've done that with Legion of BFA relatively okay, but it still feels bad overall.
Yeah. I think there's going to be a final bitter pill to swallow as we move out of this system, and then once that's done, they're probably going to try to work out if they can just be sustainable moving forward. For the people asking, ETA 20 or 32 minutes until the event goes live. It will be here on this stream as well, so we can all watch along together.
Open up the video there so we can.
The Blizzard video.
Yeah.
It would make sense if I actually got that up, wouldn't it?
Yep. Give me a try one. And then people can see for themselves.
Okay, so their YouTube premiere thing is saying 20 minutes. Yep. So it won't be... Yeah, usually the premiere thing will go, and then usually there will be an actual in-stream countdown. So the official time, it says 20 minutes there. I think the stream does actually start at 5 p.m. though, so 11 minutes after the official start time of the stream.
Indeed.
Won't be long, everyone. Will not be long. Okay. Other things then, right? So 9.2.5, it's a pretty big patch. We're seeing things in the PTR pointing towards basically having a raid instance of the week that will have buffed up loot and new affix. So, they're probably going to tell us more about 9.2.5. Decent chance we're going to be looking Q1 2023 for this expansion with a larger 9.2.5 and Season 4 to Shadowlands to try to bridge that gap, and then potentially Wrath of the Lich King Classic also coming in to try to bridge that gap, and potentially even the WoW mobile game, because we were kind of led to believe from the investor statements that this will be coming out this year. Now, officially, we don't find out about that until May, so maybe they'll hint it here, but we won't get a full reveal. And then, for Wrath Classic, I think it's 100% going to be announced. The really big question is, do they announce it as, hey, it's Wrath Classic, just like TBC Classic? Or do they announce that they want to do more with it? That's going to be the big thing to think about.
That's the weird thing, I think, because I expect this to be, if they're going to talk about Wrath and try to really sell Wrath as this like great new, hey, this isn't just Classic, this isn't TBC Classic, this is new and real, we're hitting it hard, then you would expect them to devote a lot of time to that. So I guess I'm not super sure how long this actually might end up going, if they are going to go because that's going super deep into 2 expansions. So yeah. I don't know, to be honest, but...
Yeah, so for other things, we are going to go and take a quick little look, sort of a recap of what's generally floating around.
Yeah, including an alleged dit, which I don't believe, but sure, anyway.
Interesting.
Yep.
Okay, so things that have happened. Number 1, there are 2 new World of Warcraft endpoints added to the Blizzard CDN, which should be the Content Delivery Network, right?
Yep.
So there's WoW v3 and WoW v4. So it turns out they're skipping WoW 2 altogether. No. So we're maybe thinking this is stuff for Retail 10.0 and then also for Classic Wrath of the Lich King. Back in February, they added another endpoint called WoW Dev 3, and currently there's nothing attached to that. So perhaps that could be betas or something like that.
Indeed.
Now, for the, for I guess what the community is generally thinking as we go into this event, we saw this JavaScript.
Dragonflight,
Yeah. So we saw this JavaScript appear in the Blizzard website. It was a bit weird. A lot of people kind of thought, that was too easy to find. There was a little bit of people being sus about that. But the odd thing is, everything is pointed towards dragons. We had a dragon sale last Christmas. It was like a bundle of, the dragon mounts and stuff on the store, which, kind of people think,
Yeah,
why is everything really dragony after Rathian mentioned the Dragon Isles and BFA?
It is funny that the marketing team seem to have just enough boots on the ground to kind of know, oh yeah, what are we going to do for teas? Oh yeah, dragon, maybe that'll give them some sort of hint of direction where we're going. So I think that maybe is proof that they're kind of on the ball a little bit sometimes. Maybe. Yeah.
So we then had these web certifications pointing towards dragonflight.blizzard.com. That also happened, which is kind of interesting. In terms of community links or leaks, then, all the usual, right? Yeah. So, is this real? Is this not? Nobody bloody knows. Anyone can open Photoshop with, with skills. So, there's apparently another one leaking for Wrath Classic. We then, of course, had this funny little thing happen of apparently someone was just Snapchatting some promo materials. So,
As you do.
you know, then this, which, you know, allegedly is a cinematic screenshot. Seen some people say, well, that kind of looks like posing similar to another thing we've seen before. So maybe this is just, maybe this is just photo bashed. And it's that thing where the person leaking is basically saying, hey, no, I went into Photoshop and I made this super crunchy because any stills will have, like, you know, a bit of let's just say a fingerprint in them, which would allow Blizzard to track down leaks because companies are really serious about leaks. Blizzard wouldn't be as serious as, say, an Apple, where they probably basically have their own freaking private army to clamp down on leaks.
Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did have like a really aggressive approach to leakers, but I guess it's like when leakers become a little bit kind of part of the hype cycle, because especially when you're doing this, it's like, sure, you could be doing it to avoid, but you could also be doing it because you're like, this leans into leak culture. If I show it at full resolution, everyone could look and go, oh, that's definitely Alex Straza. Oh, that's definitely whoever. Yeah. But if you keep it kind of blurry, then everyone goes, we're not sure if this is real or not, and it makes it a whole lot more fun. It's like that leak season's just like, no one has any idea what's true or not, and when something is true, everyone kind of can like suss it out. But whenever things aren't, I think it's great.
Yeah, I should say hello to the 9,000 of you that's here. That's a crazy number.
Yep.
And I guess for an update, if I go to the Blizzard stream activates in 15 minutes. That is not when the event starts. The event will be about 11 minutes after that at 5 p.m.
So at the top of the hour.
Yeah. This is basically just whenever they'll go live, and their stream will almost certainly have its own countdown. Okay. So we've got that. We then also apparently have a revamped talent tree system, which, I mean, a lot of people, I think, would be surprised to see something like that. Given that would really be... That would be saying, hey, we painted ourselves into a corner in Mists of Pandaria that made it really hard to add more power to the player. Okay, we're going to make it like this. And then maybe something like this could end up being our, long-term solution to borrowed power and stuff like that. So to be honest, like, I think this would really excite the community if this turned out to be true. And it also would totally fit what Jeff Liu was working on.
That's exactly it. I was looking specifically at it, and there's little things like, if you look at it again there, you'll see there's the bottom right, there's just the war mode thing, just overlines like that edge. And to me, I'm just, like, in my head, I'm like, that is... Everything about this matches what the character select screen did in terms of a character creation screen did in terms of like design language. Everything that's come out of like Jeff and his team so far has felt a little bit more like this.
Been a bit more modern,
I am completely believe this is real.
Cool.
Which is a bit of a spoiler, but I mean, kind of annoying, I think, but also kind of cool to, expect something good.
Plus, too, like, hearing it in their own words will be exciting. Like, even the idea that you can have druid points and restoration points, like, I mean, shit, that's even something I'd fantasized about, like, 2 years ago. I think plenty of people have, especially anyone who's touched Guild Wars 2. Where's the reveal at? So the reveal, it is on Blizzard's thing. If you want to watch it there, it will be here as well. We'll be co-streaming it. So if you want to hang out with us, kind of get the opinions, the analysis, that sort of thing, then we'll be doing that here. Now, apparently also, this is something where I've kind of got to step in and defend the Scalies, which I didn't think that would happen, but here we are. So... supposedly this is a new race. Now, you might look at this and think, whoa, what the fuck, Jank? I don't know. I think they could look really fucking cool. It just depends, how do they look in armor? Like, imagine one of these guys in armor. That could actually look pretty badass. And also, like, this is just a very, default pose. What's going to matter to these guys is, like, when they actually move, how do they feel? How are they animated? Yeah,
I mean, there's that one on the bottom right there. Has just got the, I believe that's just the Dreadlord pose going on.
Oh, yeah.
So it's like, that's kind of the rigging they would use, maybe look okay. Also, I think the textures on that are actually very similar to the ones that, was it Samaya find them? However, it was Samaya Dead of Mind, like the 9.2.5, like Elven stuff. It looks fairly similar to that, which we also thought for Alex Strauss as well.
Yeah, so I think, too, with this, it's kind of interesting. A lot of people wanted, like, Dragonkin. There's also times where people have really wanted Naga. And I think you're actually getting a little bit of a merger of both here.
Which is certainly a brave take to go, people want dragons and Naga, just give them both at the same time. I think that's a bit awkward. I saw a lot of posting in like our guild Discord about the Draconids and how like people kind of wanted the Draconid kind of style. This looks a little bit slimmer, a little bit kind of different. There's a whole bunch of little reasons why this could work if we're going to the Dragon Isles, but it's definitely like I would certainly be surprised if I saw this to be real without a lot of explanation and a lot of really cool things showing off.
Interesting. Well, there's that. Apparently, Evoker/Invoker is going to be a new class with 2 DPS, 1 healer using mail.
Yep, and
So for the hunters who have, terminally had janky transmogs, maybe there's going to be another male category. Maybe we'll get good looking shit there.
maybe. But yeah, Evoker, the idea of it being like the kind of hybrid, here's like a more armored male class, but also here's something that like is very dragony based and also taking some away from mage. So it definitely seems a little bit difficult to kind of sell to people. Just going,
Interesting. We've
here's
got
mage stuff, but
Discord message from Chris Kalecki. Where'd that come from?
I have no idea.
I guess Dakor found it in the internet.
Yeah, but yeah, no. But he says apparently it's a system he pitched.
But a different design.
Yeah. So similar idea.
Interesting.
So yeah.
We then also saw this, people kind of joking, saying budget or... I don't know. I feel like there's some, shall we say, engines made of spaghetti, please understand, moments with the presentation of the Aura in FF.
Yeah.
Like, I like them, but, there's like a few times there's like a little bit of jank, so I'd be interested to see what that would look like with Blizzard's own style. Apparently here, we've got an internal Friends of Family build saying we have a level cap to 70, BFA and Shadowlands remaining the main leveling track. BFA to 30, Shadowlands to 60. Certainly fucking brave having 2 of those. Still be oh, bloody hell, boys. No, let me level 1 to 70 in Westfall.
Also, yeah. Also, it's weird that you would split that because obviously BFA is so much now. Splitting that back down to like here's half one, half other. Maybe it's like a miscommunication or something, but that doesn't make a bunch of sense to me.
Yeah. So in terms of time, until the actual reveal happens, it's 21 minutes. Blizzard's stream will go live with a countdown that you'll be able to see here in just 9 minutes. So we're getting there. I'll kind of rocket through things. So apparently what are we getting here? Class talent points and stuff. Cool. We've got that. Yep. There's going to be, instead of a new class existing, there's a major... Oh, okay, so it's all like a revamp. That'll be interesting. Apparently neutral race. Draconoids.
Draconoids?
Draconoids, yeah. Then Dragon Isles.
Okay.
5 zones.
Yep.
Kind of going through some of the lore stuff. This is quite fun. We saw a leak spreadsheet.
Oh, yeah.
Now, of course, we went through this leak like a few times on stream, so, I'll not go over it again. But hey, all of these, the idea of having these like little one-spec classes, actually, I thought was kind of cool. We've, of course, got this cinematic leak. It had loads of people saying cringe in our chat.
Exactly.
And it was basically just me and you saying, no, Warcraft is cringe. If this is just like, here's some fucking, hope and cool vistas, and here's fucking Azeroth, we're going back, then, I'm a million times on that. When does it start, Ray? It starts in 19 minutes.
Yep.
In 8 minutes' time, the Blizzard countdown will appear, and we will keep that on screen. And of course, we can watch the whole event together very shortly.
Yep. The whole advice about cringing is don't kill the part of you that is cringe. Kill the part of you that cringes. Because when you learn to accept the cringe, it becomes actually fun and enjoyable. And World of Warcraft was kind of always that way.
Yeah.
You just didn't realize that because you were too young. Didn't recognize cringe just yet.
Like, there's loads of people, they'll see an FF cinematic trailer and they'll be like, what the fuck? That's a cat girl. There's guitar music in the fantasy game. The vocalist is now screaming, what's happening? Cringe. But then if you're in it, it's cool. So,
exactly.
Yes, kill the part of you that cringes. Hey, do that, and maybe you'll be able to watch the original Office without cringing literally to death. So for other things, apparently pre-orders, maybe we're going to get some Dragonflight-themed backpacks
some baby whelps.
Pretty soon. It'll be baby whelps. There are some data pointing towards that. Also, some encrypted Emerald Drake mount assets that, again, were just making us think of dragon-related pre-order bonuses, potentially even some pets as well. Oh, here from Steven, who... or Steven. I need to know how to actually properly pronounce...
I assume Steven.
Steven, yeah. Anyway, he's data mines for Wowhead. So, guy's doing a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of cool shit. But yeah, some things here may be pointing to a new race, class, gender. Who knows? A new egg emote. There we go.
Yeah, so this is actually an emote, but it's everyone's suspecting it's the tier of a loon that comes from Ardenwild, the one that's been data mined.
Yeah.
So that'll likely be something we'll see in the PTR after this, because PTR went on extended maintenance last week, so they're likely going to bring it up later today and go, here's a bunch of shit we couldn't show you last week. Please enjoy.
Yeah, and some of the thought is maybe, that seed will get planted
Somewhere.
somewhere.
Yeah.
So it could be around the big sword in Silithus. What sword? I know. We only photoshopped it in. It doesn't exist. So there's a few things there. Maybe it could be new, like Home to the Night Elves.
Yep.
Right, leaks. Done. As it stands, it is 43 minutes past 4 p.m. Blizzard stream is going to be going live in 6 minutes. And 11 minutes after that, at 5 p.m. BST, that is when we will actually see Blizzard staff on screen, ready to talk to us about the expansion. And by the way, just a little thing before we leave, look at this. Somebody put together a Google Sheet of all the leaks, even with a little credibility score. It was pretty neat. It was neat stuff.
Man, people really love this game.
It's fun. Yeah, okay, so to tie this over before we chat with you guys, we of course do have our bingo.
Yes, which is going to be every single one of these crossed off for sure. 100%.
To be honest, I think this is a fucking banging bingo.
It's great.
It's a great bingo. Okay, we'll start top left. Aspect power.
That's free. That almost should be the free spot, but maybe not.
And here's the thing. There's so many ways you can paint and frame a system like that.
Yeah.
Like in Guild Wars 2, you hit level 80, you just get XP, and your level bar goes up and up and up and up. And every time you get a level, you don't get a level, you get a mastery point and a little box of loot. And that's in some ways kind of similar to having an infinitely refilling anima bar.
Yeah.
That would always just give you a reward at endgame whenever you filled it. Like Paragon levels in Diablo. So, there's a way that you could have something like AP, but it won't be like any form of AP. It will just be, no matter what you do, you just fill up a bar and you get like a reward or something like Paragon levels in Diablo, whatever. So that could work. Meaningful choice. Blizzard certainly created a bit of a meme for themselves in that one when they talked about that in Shadowlands. And, for players, it was just kind of like, hey, I want to go, I want to do shit. For Blizzard, the meaningful choice was a lot more about, hey, we're actually putting some heavy restrictions in here, so your choice matters. But of course, that was at odds with other ways that they designed their own game, which led to a lot of issues. New race, I think obvious enough. No new battleground.
It's not going to happen. Like I was saying when we built this bingo, like I was saying, they tried so hard to make one arena. Well, sorry, they tried to make like a new arena that felt interesting and cool, and they had to push it back like an entire patch. So I can't imagine a BG is something they can do pretty handy. Maybe they'll do something around BGs to make them more interesting, but I can't imagine there'll be like a new battleground. Yeah. That said, that would be really cool.
Okay, lots of messages about the time. You'll be able to watch it live here in 15 minutes. The countdown will be starting in 3 minutes. We will show you the countdown as soon as it's there. But yeah, so you don't need to go anywhere. We'll be there shortly. We just need to kill 14 minutes. Blizzard's actual stream goes live in 3 minutes, but of course, there's about a 10-minute countdown period after that point in time. Right, Night Elf Home. I think we already talked about that with this, seed-carrying animation.
The Winter Queen's Gift, I believe it's called in files.
Are we going to have... So here's the thing. Will we have clap for Covenant player power stuff being bad? If it was a real BlizzCon,
yes,
we would have that clap. But if they're going for a clap moment of like, we're sorry, we shouldn't have done that, we should have listened to you, then that's going to be ticked off our bingo.
Yeah, if you can imagine they're trying to say something with a big wink, this is what they're talking about.
Yeah. Alt friendliness. Well, we know what that is. The sword. Will they acknowledge the sword that's definitely not sticking out of Silithus? Big question. Dragon Ratcon. Change the dragon lore. Will we understand the dragons in a different way? Will they move kind of away from their knackish... Well, will they move towards their Warcraft 2 foundation? Will they move further towards Richard Knack's kind of reinterpretation of the dragons that occurred in 2002? Led to the dragons we really see in game.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah, my how do I put this? My metric for this is if Alex Straza eats someone in the cinematic I'll consider it a win and they've saved dragons. But if she just talks, then I'm like, fuck, you have to do something better, please.
Man needs some vor to get through the day. We all know what it's like. Borrowed power. Who knows? Mm-hmm. I'm thinking less than we've had recently.
Yeah.
Start of a new chapter in the Warcraft saga. Mm-hmm. Given how they pitched the 9.2 as the end of the saga, makes you think.
That's the awkward part because like I don't know how much of that was genuine or how much it was just marketing beats handed to them. So it's like, will they do the same thing and we'll market and go, we're tone deaf to what people actually thought about our last statements. Let's just say whatever we want. Hard to say.
Corrado, it ain't 30 seconds to the reveal. This is just the start of their countdown in the stream.
Yeah, which the
reveal starts at 5.
Yeah, it's even going to open likely with the the YouTube premiere countdown that's like obnoxiously loud.
Yes, it'll probably start with that. Yeah, so I mean, at any point in time, this is going to go live and we'll be able to watch together, which will be quite damn exciting.
Indeed.
Right, other things. Galakrond. Really, so there's Galakrond and Chromatus I've got here in the bingo. Galakrond, obviously, you saw his bones in Dragonflight. He has all this like death magic-y stuff tied into him as well, which is certainly something. And then Chromatus was established in the books as basically a 5-headed dragon who can kind of like use all the powers of the other dragon aspects. But he was never in game. The scuttlebutt is that he was supposed to be in Dragon Soul, but they couldn't get him to work, so they did Ultraxian instead.
Yeah, it'd certainly be interesting to... This is the thing I find weird about having both of them. If they either go for Galakrond or Chromatus, they'll have to do something to kind of get around the, hey, this is our new big villain, by the way, you only know about them if you read the books, haha. So I think that'll be a real problem they do have to actually contend with when it comes to Galakrond, and if it comes to Chromatus. But there's ways they can get around that.
We have the official Blizzard countdown timer.
Wow.
10 minutes, everyone, and 50 seconds until the event starts.
Very good.
Time out in WoW. That's good.
Yeah,
maybe,
exactly.
yeah. But at least they can say Chromatus was actually established 20 years ago.
Yep.
Was it 20 years ago? It's a fair bit ago.
I can't... Actually, 20 years ago was 2022, so possibly, I don't know.
Yeah, so just so you guys can all see the timer, I will just turn on picture-in-picture here. All right, so now I'll move it away from my head.
Yep, there we go.
And now, everyone, there's a timer in the bottom of the screen that will let you know what the crack is. So some things for our wish lists. We just did a short little one. Look, for me, it was housing. Not necessarily just because of housing, but I think it would be a novel way for Blizzard to actually give players rewards. A massive expansion of time walking, resurrecting, reviving a lot of the content they've already built. For me, solo queue RBGs. I want to be able to do RBGs in the same way that I play, Crystalline Conflict.
Yep, turn that down quite a bit. Yeah, we're good.
And that's kind of interesting because Blizzard are in fact starting here with some... This is classic Warcraft concept art.
Indeed.
And that music was Elwyn. That's one thing we'll need to kill our own BGM.
Yeah,
and all of that.
Yeah, I've got that.
All right, sweet, yeah. So if you look at this, guys, things are done with purpose and intent here, right?
You'd hope so, anyway.
Yeah, you would hope so. So, there's Anchorage. Now, are they going to just kind of move through the eras of Warcraft, or are they starting us? Yeah, with classic WoW music, classic WoW art. Are they doing that for a reason? It was indicated to us that, now we're on to TBC. Yeah. So maybe it'll be a slideshow through the ages.
Yeah, keep the music playing there, by the way.
Opportunity to dial in your audio levels?
Yeah, cut that down about half, maybe. I think we might be okay.
Let's see. Yeah, so they're going through in patch order. Right, so the sound as it is right now, guys, are you all okay with that? Down a wee bit.
40%, yep.
Yeah.
Should be good. Fantastic.
All right, sound is good.
Yeah, we gotta get one audio scuff out of the way first, and then the audio scuff won't happen when it needs to not happen. That was the plan the whole time.
That's it. People saying maybe a little bit lower.
Remember, there's substantial time lag, so.
Oh, now we're into the big cummies.
Wow, it's just like Anduin's theme. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, crusty old bastard. To go through this, then, one boss raids, I think that they're really good in FF, and I really like them in... Oh, people are saying a little bit higher. And I really liked one boss raids in, say, Wrath of the Lich King, where, you know, they did a revamp of Onyxia, we had Sartharion, you know, stuff like that. It's pretty cool, because you do a world boss, and it's just like it's a big fuck pit. It's a big fuck pit, and nothing really happens.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you have an actual, you know, boss fight in an instant. It's got mechanics, right? So,
Yeah.
I want that.
Even stuff when it comes to like the experience of joining a boss fight and it's like halfway through or something, it just doesn't quite feel right. And you don't really know why you're there, but with the other ones, you always knew why you were there. You always knew like you were there for a specific reason. There was a leading quest as opposed to map says kill this guy. You're like, I'm sure there's a reason. I'm sure there's like loads of lore behind this character, but it's in the notebook of the people who made them as opposed to actually there in game and visible for people to see. And it's like, I think like connecting the dots is cool, but there's definitely a time where connecting the dots should take a backseat. I should just be like, go kill a thing because it's a bad thing. Go sort it out, please.
Yeah, so on the audio side, we might have to do a minor adjustments once we see what Blizzard's speaking volume is going to be.
Ian just opens his screaming. Man, we haven't seen Ian in so long.
Yeah, yeah. So other things I was interested in, the idea of class skins. Come on, Warlock Greenfire was cool. Mount Equipment 2.0, I want to see a version of Mount Equipment that is actually fun. You know, instead of just saying like, oh, everyone uses a Water Strider. That's a problem, let's solve it. What I want to see is making mounts exciting again. Scrap leveling. I actually, you know what, if they just kept the level cap at 60 and shipped 5 Suramars, and in the way that, say, Guild Wars 2 just does not have leveling past 80, and its expansions haven't added more level caps. But that's just a lot of it because they obviously make so much content for leveling, and people just rocket through it and kind of don't give a shit most of the time. So maybe they could put that effort somewhere else, make something cooler. I threw in a Lore Master 2.0. I just want to see something big for the questers.
Yeah, for sure.
And big open zones in the older style.
Yeah, damn straight. All that stuff's just... like everything in that wish list is just free win for people, honestly speaking. It's completely free.
So we've got yours then.
Yep, I've got mine where it's deterministic light loot. That's the thing where I really want to play World of Warcraft and have like an endpoint that's like not just achievable but like reasonable. Whereas that's the thing where like when it comes to respecting time, it's like, yeah, let me put in X amount of work for Y reward. Don't just have me rolling dice all day.
Yeah.
So that's the thing where I don't want like complete determinism, but basically Wrath, bring badges back. Bring badges. I thought that was class. I think everyone liked it. There's nothing really wrong there. I also want grounded stories because big A-plot stuff takes too long to resolve, feels kind of bad, but grounded stories are just, you're in a zone, some dude, like literally just some dude's being an asshole, go take out his minions, then take him out, is the kind of stuff I think we realistically just need, honestly. Then a can't wait reps, that speaks for itself. Just a can't wait reps. Stop this like kind of, I guess this falls into like the idea of alt friendliness, where so many people don't want to roll an alt because they're like, oh man, I've got all the Legion reps that took me hours to do, all the BFA reps. You know, that's the one I've got, you know, I've got Sporagar exalted on that one. I can't abandon them. And I feel like that would help people play more.
Yeah, well, it's that thing, like, as soon as you realize that account-wide reps may as well... They don't exist in FF, but they may as well. Yeah, with how most people play the game in one character, so...
Yeah, absolutely. And then class-specific content is literally just, order halls were sick, thank you very much. Just need more kind of class identity, more things to make you feel like your character's like what they do, as opposed to just, oh yeah, when does a warlock get to feel kind of evil? Never. They're just like the same as a warrior or a mage. I think that's sort of important to people. And then the last point I wanted was legendaries. Artifact weapons were so cool. I mean, obviously they locked out your weapon slot, which kind of was like a bit of a gameplay problem. But everyone's like, man, you know what your artifact was. You had books in your order hall of lore for the artifacts. Bring that back for legendaries. People know like what, you know, the process of empowering the cape in Mists was sick. The process of empowering your ring was also cool. We haven't had that with legendaries because it's just a gameplay system, nothing more. So I think that's the stuff I'd really like to see, but I don't really know how much of that we'll get today.
3 minutes, everyone.
Yep, indeed.
Wow, 3 minutes and 5 seconds.
Oh no.
And if you would like to use...
Go for it.
You know, that's it. Sometimes you gotta, you know, say a little prayer to the big Linus Tech Tips in the sky, and then smoothly transition into LTT Store. Sorry, Wishlist, the Pale Beyond and Steam.
It'll take you less than 3 minutes to go to bit.ly/Steam_TPB all caps and click wishlist.
Yeah, easy. I did tell Thomas that I would give our game a shout out. If you're not aware, we're also a game studio. Right behind the camera you're looking at me is in fact a room full of people working on the Pale Beyond. If you would like to, check out our game, perhaps support it, then clicking that wishlist button on Steam is the best way to do that, because the same way that me and Matt are slaves to the YouTube algorithm, we're also slaves to the Steam algorithm. Modern day. But anyway, yeah, so, narrative, survival, RPG. Certainly if you, if you like stories in games, that's going to be your jam. And certainly, I would say, naturalistic dialogue. I think Thomas has made some really good innovations in dialogue writing for games.
Absolutely.
Some very, very good shit. Okay, 1 minute and 41 seconds. We're almost there. The algorithm is a prison. Yeah, now, if Sylvana said that, she'd kind of, she'd have me.
Absolutely. She would have, yeah, I think less people might have got it, but I think the people who did get it would have really, really have gotten it.
Yeah.
And every YouTuber, every, Twitch person, everyone would have just been straight up Sylvanas fanboys. They'd just be, Dark Ranger Bellular on Twitter.
Man. Oh, the UI is different now.
Indeed.
This is old. This is old. Anyway.
Yeah.
So if you want to check out our video game, we are indeed doing a video game. And I've almost covered enough dead air because in 55 seconds, we are going to see some Blizzard developers on the stream.
That's actually one thing. I definitely expect this to be the same as 9.2, where it's not just, here's Ian Hazakosis talking for 45 minutes. It's going to be a lot of the kind of, hey, it's here's Ian talking about the game's direction. Here's maybe Jeff to talk about certain things. Here's different things here and there.
One thing, Matt, could you make us properly full screen without any black bars there?
Yes.
Grand. Just because this is a 16 by 10 screen, but that's not a 16 by 9.
Can I? That's the question. Yes.
Yep, should be a quick little drag job. Fantastic.
That's not good in the left.
And then just over to the left a wee smidge. Okay.
Oh my.
6,
I love
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's fucking go. All right. Cinematic. Oh. Okay, like hype sizzle reel, I think.
Yep.
For the Alliance!
A little bit more.
Oh, yep.
Yeah, they're doing a little BlizzCon style sizzle reel.
For Azeroth!
Volume's up again. Remember,
Yep.
there's a 15-second delay.
Yep.
Hi everyone, I'm John Haidt, General Manager for Warcraft, and with me today are my friends Ian Hazakosis, who is the Game Director for World of Warcraft, and Holly Longdale, who leads up the production team for WoW Classic.
So we're definitely getting both
I
in.
really appreciate you tuning in. I know we're really excited to be able to give you updates on what's happening in World of Warcraft. But first, I want to thank our community for all the feedback you've given us this year, and especially our community council. You've helped shape and influence the updates that we've done recently
All of
and
that for
what you're
sure.
going to see in the upcoming year.
I mean, really, for Shadowlands in particular, the story of the last 9 months or so of this expansion is all about the community, and it's shaped by what we've been hearing from them, and us realizing as a team that we just collectively needed to do a better job of making sure the community
good.
felt heard,
Yep.
and so that led us to the changes we made in 9.15, but also really re-examining some of the assumptions and foundations of World of Warcraft. about things
Good.
like character investment and mains versus alts, or how cash-up should work, or the appropriate role of friction in our systems. And I think 915 represented a step in the direction of letting players have more freedom to play World of Warcraft the way they want to play it. And we really built our Eternity's End content update from the ground up around those principles.
It's like
What
one or
are
two
some of the
bingos.
things that the
Yeah.
community said that influenced your decisions for Eternity's End?
Things like the method and
Up a
pacing of
tad.
acquisition
Sure thing.
of the Covenant Legendary item, tons of tuning, and I think every step of the way, we were listening to make sure that we were carrying forward those lessons learned in the course of 915 into Eternity's End and beyond.
So WoW Classic came about because of the community.
Yeah, they continue to help guide and support us as Classic evolves.
World of Warcraft has always been about the world and the players that inhabit it. And we are, in a lot of ways, curators and caretakers of that journey and of that experience. And so once this Classic community formed and grew, we had to listen to them.
It's this tide of listening to the community and paying attention to what is a good experience for our players now. And where we
Yeah,
really saw
they
a
know
sea
they
change
fucked
in this
up
idea
everyone.
is with our
Everyone's
Season of
not
Mastery
everyone,
round,
but
which
you
is
know.
a season of Fresh Start Classic. And initially we were talking about it like it was going to be like a fresh
They
start.
evidently know they
Try
fucked
this
up.
experiment in
Yeah.
a season. It'll be about a year
At least they're
long.
kind of
And then
admitting
when
it this
the community
time.
found out about
Yeah.
it,
Honestly.
we started seeing this upswell.
Yeah, the team just took that idea and ran with it and
Yes.
turned, what started out as a small community project into this Soul of Iron system that became a centerpiece of Season of Mastery and a whole new opt-in hardcore mode that we've seen communities built around.
Yeah.
Lots of, thrilling victory and painful defeat.
5 hours. I made it 5 hours.
Yeah, and it continues. Like Burning Crusade Classic, we wanted to balance the Paladin seals between Horde and Alliance, so we made an addition there. We wouldn't have gotten there without the community's input.
So influence the community. You've got another update and pretty significant controversial change for this.
Yeah, cross-faction play coming
Yes.
coming in 925, which is on a public test ROM now as a big
Ian,
centerpiece.
cross faction. You're breaking with a 17-year tradition.
Yeah, it's something. It was not an easily made decision by any means, and I think this is another one of those areas where really we try to take to heart.
We've got the
community
t-shirt
feedback and
Ian's wearing.
requests and ask ourselves as a team whether there's a way to accommodate such an earnestly held desire and still feel like we're being true to the roots of the game. I think players desire to play with their friends who might prefer a different faction, or to play with the faction that they more
This is all
closely
good shit.
identify with,
Yeah. Game
even
stuff.
though their raid group is elsewhere.
It's really important for me. I play a lot of alts, and I love absorbing the story for each race and having that ability to play with all of my friends across factions.
What story for each race?
Fantastic.
At the end of the day, the battle cry is for the Horde. It's not against the Alliance. It's not death to the Alliance. It's about pride in one's faction. And I think there's a way to preserve that and even strengthen that while giving players the ability to make the same choice we've seen the greatest heroes make time and time again.
I can't wait to do this. I'm seeing a lot of my friends that I never knew had a max level character in the other faction suddenly come out of the woodwork.
And then, with these cross-faction groups, many of them are going to be diving into something new that we're doing to kind of cap off Shadowlands, a Season 4. Kind of a remix, a bit of
Yes.
a greatest hits, revisiting all of our raid zones.
To hear
across
this
the
actually
expansion,
works.
Bringing
Yep.
in some familiar older favorites into the Mythic Plus rotation. And we recognize this is kind of a closing chapter, a little bit of a send-off to Shadowlands. As everyone gets ready for what happens next, and what will come next, want to give a fun new challenge for everyone to sink their teeth into.
Really cool stuff for modern WoW players. I'm super excited about the gear upgrades that you're going to give me and the chance to go back and play some of those awesome raids.
Super excited
There's
about
a
my gear
lot to
upgrades
explore.
too, bro.
Very exciting.
For our next adventure in World of Warcraft,
Oh, finally.
we're going to go
Yes.
back to Azeroth.
We took 6 or
We're
7
going to a
minutes.
space with high fantasy. I mean, our fans have asked for this for a long time. This has been kind of the foundation of much of the lore of WoW.
Oh, thank God.
So without further ado, let's watch the cinematic.
Here we go.
They got it right, unlike the book.
The world has been sundered.
It was right.
It's the cinematic leak. It's fucking right. Oh my god.
Leak was right.
We must go to its aid.
Yo.
We entrust our ancestral home to you, the Watchers.
Looks fucking dope.
Yep.
Fucking Dragon Isles, man.
Yeah.
That's shit. Right, it's like getting Pandaria fucking locked away.
Yep.
Let the land slumber, hidden, even from our own eyes.
It's not floating though, unfortunately.
You will feel our return in the waking of the land. Then, you must light
Sound
the
effects
beacon
are
of
dope.
Tearhold, lest the path home be lost to us.
Did you say Tearhold?
Dragonblight music?
Yep.
Old as? Oh. No.
The world is healing, but her fate is yet uncertain. Together, we shall be Azeroth's protectors once again. Here,
Nick was right.
the new age of dragons shall begin.
That's the logo, yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that was pretty fucking sick.
Interesting that they did say the Age of Dragons will begin again.
Dragons!
Dragons.
This
Rock
is so
Bro.
cool.
No one
Rock
saw
Bro
it coming.
lives.
I
No
know.
one saw it coming. Carefully kept secret. But seriously, I mean, what did we just see there?
The awakening of the Dragon Isles, the return of dragons, the dawn of a new age. Right, we've seen Rathian searching for his father's legacy, searching for the Dragon Isles. There's a reason why he hasn't been able to find them until now.
The beacon going off, is that summoning the dragons?
It is removing the concealment that had hidden the Dragon Isles from the world, but also beckoning the dragons back urgently in a time of need.
I assume pretty good variety of locales within the Dragon Isles. It's
Yes, the Dragon Isles, as kind of standard for WoW expansion, consist of 5 zones, 4 standard leveling zones, and a new starter zone that we'll get to in a
leveling.
second.
Can you talk a little bit about how the team found ways to thread the dragon aspects throughout the environments?
The Dragon Isles are a place that is lush and primal, bursting with elemental energy. As Azeroth herself reawakens, those primal forces are expressed throughout the environment, whether
Zones
it's
look pretty.
magma activity, volcanic activity, whether it's the icy wastes of the Azure Span, and each one of those has a connection to a dragonflight that we've seen before. And it's going to be an amazing place for players to arrive at and explore.
all right. You know I'm going to ask.
Yes, okay, so
Can I be a dragon?
let's start getting into some features here and what Dragonflight means for you as well as just a place. So first off, yes, we have an all-new playable race, the Drakthir race.
Yeah.
This
Yeah,
is
it's
a
true.
Draken, a draconic race, but dragons in Warcraft have the ability to take on a humanoid form.
What classes can they be?
They have unique abilities as literally a dragon. That doesn't quite fit any of our existing classes. And so what we're doing is this is not just a new race, but it's also a new class. You know, adding a new race to World of Warcraft, and not just an allied race, is something that we don't do lightly, but telling this expansion, this story, so focused around dragons, felt like the perfect time for it. So if you were a Drakthir, you will be the Evoker class. Drakthir can only be Evokers,
Interesting.
Evokers can only be Drakthir. And the reason why only a Drakthir could be an Evoker is that an Evoker is really combining the ability to call upon the magic of the different aspects with the unique physical gifts that a Drakthir has, the ability to actually take flight and do an Onyxia-style strafing deep breath over the battlefield, land on the other side, knock everyone back with a wing buffet, and then unleash your magical abilities.
Yes, please.
The Evoker has 2 specializations. They're a hybrid of either ranged DPS or healer, and they wear male armor. We figured, you know, with the new hero classes we've added over the years, we have enough melee, we don't need more of those. And also probably don't need any more leather wearers.
The raid leaders are going to love you for that.
Exactly. This is definitely a hero class. And so that means that, you know, like the Death Knights before them or Demon Hunters, they will be starting level 58. And then they're going to have a new starter zone. So they're going to have a slightly different journey into the Dragon Isles as opposed to the rest of us that are sailing there from other parts of Azeroth.
Can you talk a little bit about the customizations? Like what is going to be able to identify my Drakthir character?
Basically anything and everything. You know, skin color, hair color, jewelry, tattoos, other adornments. You can make this character
Oh.
the expression of your
Very
identity
humanoid
in
if you
Azeroth.
want.
New zone, new class,
fascinating.
new race. Well, tell us about some of the system updates or features.
Of course, the new expansion brings with it,
Right.
you know, new systems, new
is it.
features. I think in recent expansions, one of the things we've tended to do is really have these deep features that were closely tied to a specific expansion that would then get left behind as we moved on.
They're back.
And we've heard loud and clear from players that, you know, it's kind of a bummer to start off every new expansion by leaving a large part of your character behind, by leaving a large part of your progression behind. So this time around, what we're doing is really pouring all of our energy into permanent
Bold.
revamps, overhauls, and improvements to World of Warcraft's core systems. Things
Oh,
like
good.
our
Thank God.
progression systems. In this case, our talent system is something that we want to completely revamp. We want to take
Yes.
a look at our UI. We want to take a look at professions.
So with the talent revamp and the arrival of Classic, did you learn anything about how our talents work?
I think seeing a new generation of players play with those talents and work through those talent trees really underscored some of the things that, frankly, we lost when we shifted to the Mists of Pandaria style talents and beyond. A big piece of that was some of just the granularity of the
Boys,
feeling
they
of getting a
listen.
level and spending a point to customize your character to make yourself a bit better in some specific way. But also, you know, that sense of hybridity that you could have. That's something that we've largely lost. And so the new talent system avoids
go. There it is.
directly pitting player power throughput choices directly against those sort of utility hybrid choices, because we know that there's always a right
Smart.
outcome there.
Very
And we
smart.
also understand that there's a lot of strength in the flexibility of the modern talent system to let players customize their talents for a particular encounter or for dungeons versus PvP, and we don't want to lose any of that.
So John, UI?
Oh my God.
Bartender, big thing, let's go.
I got this 30-inch monitor trying to keep track of where I am on the map, all my buffs, and over here, what's going on in chat. It has literally made my eyes go like this. So,
And you're not alone in that. We've made a lot of incremental changes and additions over the years, but really this is a revamp. This is an overhaul.
Yes.
And so we're excited
Good.
to really modernize the look and feel while staying
need
true
this.
to the origins of World of Warcraft. Now, at the same time, we're not looking to take away the sort of power user customization there. Add-ons are still there if you want them, but we want a much better default out-of-the-box experience for all players, new and old alike.
and can I reduce elements, remove elements, if I want to explore the world and see the beauty of Azeroth?
When it comes to specific elements, as much as possible, we want to let players choose what to show
Alright.
and what to hide so that they can control it themselves.
You
Thumbs up,
mentioned
Jeff.
professions.
Bigger redesign than I
I have a
thought
critical
there.
Yeah.
question about this.
Excited.
Go on.
Can I wear a chef's hat?
Yeah, I knew it.
Our approach to professions in Dragonflight is really all about delivering on fantasy and identity as a crafter. And so if you want to be a serious blacksmith, if you want to be a great leather worker, we want to deliver the ability to
Yo.
invest time and energy
What's this?
into that, become a master crafter, be able to make items that are in demand, interact with the community. One of the big pieces that we want to do to support that is a new work order system to have a bit more convenience than just spamming trade chat all day. But if you are someone, you're not yourself a blacksmith,
someone
but
played
you
New World.
have a bunch of mats
Yeah.
and you want them forged into a great sword, you can put that work order up, list your mats, offer a commission, and
That's cool.
a skilled blacksmith can come along and make you the weapon of your dreams.
I think we left out one thing, though.
Wow,
Be a
okay.
Drakthir, go to Dragon Isles. Can I have a dragon?
What's the fantasy of dragons if not soaring over the lands? And so we're really excited to introduce a feature that we're calling dragon riding. It's dynamic with everything from momentum to dive.
Guild Wars
bombs,
2 mounts.
the ability
Fucking
to
yes!
Build that speed up and feel the
Boys!
wind rushing past you in a way that should be much more exciting than
Yes!
traditional flight that we've had available in the past, but that's
go.
also available for players through a customizable dragon mount.
Check your
right
audio
from the
levels
start.
there.
So
Who's?
Yours.
this is a
Oh, yeah.
skill you learn over time, right? To
Way up.
become an awesome dragon rider.
Yeah.
Yes, you'll be able to sort of upgrade aspects of your flight, but you will have this new
Yes!
form of flight from the start. And
This is
the
very
Dragon
good.
companion that you have is, of course, very
Don't know why
thoroughly
the audio dipped
customizable,
down
which is
there,
a new-
sorry.
A new thing
Must
for
have
us for
scrolled.
mounts. This is not just a generic dragon that everyone has,
Too
but
excited.
a drake that is yours. What do you want its scales to look like? Horns, the shape of its head, other attachments.
Hey, this is
armor
cool as
pieces, and
fuck.
more. Take your pick.
This is so cool.
So the Dragonflight expansion is going to see players leveling to 70, going to the all-new continent of the Dragon Isles, which consists of 5 zones, 4 standard leveling zones, and a new starter zone for our Drakthir class, as well as a range of systems revamps, such as a new talent system, an overhaul and update to our UI, and an entirely fresh look at professions with more depth than ever before. Also getting around the Dragon Isles is going to come in the form of dragon riding, which lets you customize and upgrade your own mount so that you can fly in
Effectively
a sense from
flying
the
from
start.
day one.
And of course, as with any new expansion, we have a new
Interesting.
set of dungeons, a raid, and much more to come.
We also
Big
have
cum.
an alpha that will be starting
Very
up in the future.
Check out our website for more information and keep an eye out for those opt-in signups if you want to help us test out Dragonflight and give us even more feedback to make it better.
We do have a deep dive that follows this, so
Oh,
please
yep, good.
stay
Thank God.
around.
Yes!
Classic players, we
Fuck,
haven't
man.
forgotten about you. You could probably guess where we're going to go next. One of the all-time favorite expansions for World of Warcraft.
Straight into it, okay.
Let's
Right,
watch the
TLDR
cinematic.
impression.
Oh,
Excellent.
cinematic.
Fucking excellent. Oh. Yo, is Tally right?
Forgotten. Did you think we had
Bruh.
just begun? Not my king yet. For all the lives you stole. My son,
The day you were born, the very forests of Lordaeron whispered the name Arthas. When my
They've
days
trailered
have
the
come
music.
to an end,
They've trailered the music.
you shall be king.
Continues, but will it evolve?
Oh,
That was a great reveal.
got me.
That leak was true as well.
It's just incredible, isn't it? Every time I see the cinematic, I get chills. No pun intended, I get chills. As you saw, Wrath of the Lich King Classic is coming this year. It brings back so many memories. When you see that cinematic, what do you remember from Wrath of the Lich King?
Anytime you want to talk about undead frozen dragons, how can you not go back to Syndragosa as the source? That was the first expansion I played with my youngest son. So I can remember on that platform, black goo and chunks of ice falling off and having to repeat that battle with the Lich King. But when we finally downed him, it was such an incredible moment. He jumped up out of his room and I jumped up out of my office. We're like, yeah, did it. So it's a very lasting tale for me.
So as you know, with this expansion, you will, in pre-patch, be able to play the Death Knight. They will start at level 55. You don't have to have a high-level character to make a Death Knight, so everyone will be able to
interesting.
make one.
We're excited to give players
That's a
some
change.
time before Wrath officially launches to get geared up and ready to jump into Northrend with everybody else.
And there are so many zones and areas to explore in Northrend, and I want us to talk about some of our favorites.
is.
So for
We know
me,
this
Grizzly
expansion.
Hills has a very special place in my heart. The music was some of the best I've experienced in World of Warcraft.
I still make my way all the way up to Storm Peaks to try and find the time-lost Protodrake and have yet to get it.
I've got to say Dragonblight. The wide open nature of the zone, Wormrest Temple in the center of it, it's an unforgettable expansion as both a developer and a player and kind of making that transition
What
from
adventure we
one
going
to
on
the
here?
other.
Now let's talk about some changes. So one thing we looked at is Dungeon Finder, and it feels like how we envision
website.
Classic, Dungeon Finder is not
Yep.
a good fit for our community.
That was kind of the first step that may have eroded some of that social fabric. Now, as people have gone through the experience of going back to vanilla, rebuilding those groups, relying on each other, not wanting necessarily a random participant just to show up and then leave.
Yep.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
But today, you can do that in Shadowlands. You'll be able to do that in Dragonflight. It's a self-selected group of people who specifically want that different experience.
Yes.
Let's make sure that's what we continue to give them.
That leads right into arena teams in Burning Crusade Classic. So we listen to the community and we remove that because individual rating is preferable and a better experience for them than arena teams. Also, with Wrath of the Lich King, Barbershop, which allows you to customize your character. We're going to be
plenty to
adding a
look
few
into
more
here on the
options that
Dragonflight
were
site.
not
Yeah.
existing
I'm
when
going to the
Wrath
press site
launched.
now.
But also there's another side of
man.
this where we are not going to charge a real money fee. It was a paid character customization fee, right?
Yeah.
It seems the right thing to do that just be available in game for gold and we add more options to it, right?
It's sort of like spell batching in a sense. There's a lot of technical advancements, and it's not about the philosophy of what makes classic classic and what brings people together. It's just what's the better experience, and let's not artificially restrict something that we can provide a better version of just for the sake of nostalgia. And we're happy to say this is one of those cases.
So Wrath, the level cap's being increased to level 80, so we'll be introducing a level 70 boost so that players who want to get in with their friends or just explore Northrend right away will be able to do that. You can't apply it to a Death Knight, but you will be able to use it otherwise. And of course, we have Inscription, a whole new profession, so we're really excited about that. Yeah, and as we continue this
that in
road
Wrath?
to Wrath,
Yeah.
we're going to be looking
thought that was
to
newer.
getting a
No,
lot
no,
more
no.
feedback on beta, and we'll make changes as we need to.
Such an exciting time.
Okay,
to be
very
playing
much
World of Warcraft.
Wrath Classic,
We have the
not a
return
plus
of the Wrath
thus
of
far.
Lich King
Yeah.
for classic fans, and taking us somewhere new with Dragonflight. We're so excited to be able to bring these adventures to you. Don't forget, there's a deep dive on Dragonflight where you're going to get a lot more information. Thank you so much for spending this time with us, and we'll see you in Azeroth.
And we'll
Okay,
see you
you're
in
welcome, John.
Northrend.
And in the Dragon Isles.
Deep dive starting now. Right, overall, okay, talent revamp. Very excited to see what they do.
Oh, big Big sound.
Oh shit.
Hi there. Welcome
Oh,
to the
just straight away?
Dragonflight
Okay,
Deep
sure.
Dive. I'm Steve Denuser.
And I'm Taryn Gregory. Starting it off
Boys.
here, we're going to talk about the setting and the story of Dragonflight.
We've got this great expansion, exciting pre-render trailer that everyone just watched. So let's talk about the setting for Dragonflight, the Dragon Isles.
Dragon Isles have been known for a long time in Warcraft history as a mysterious place where the dragons came from long ago, but we never knew much more than that.
We're going to this place that is kind of the broodlands of all the Dragonflights, the place where they nested, where they built their civilization. The Dragon Isles was the center of the Dragon's kingdom when the world was young and the mortal races were just starting to form kingdoms of their own. But when the Legion invaded for that War of the Ancients, that sundering that resulted from the explosion of the Well of Eternity, broke the world.
Literal sundering of the continents of Azeroth.
And because of the breaking of the world, that magic kind of drained away and the land went dormant. So they had to leave the Dragon Isles behind. And as we saw in the pre-render, they left behind some Titan Watchers to look over the land. And when someday they hoped that elemental energy would resurge once again and draw the dragons home and reestablish their kingdom.
And that's when the message goes out to the flights and they feel it in their bones.
Now it's the time for the sky to light up with the colors of the aspects once again, and for Alex Straza and the others to come home. But the land has changed a lot in all these thousands of years they've been away, and some very old threats have awakened as well.
We're looking into the culture of dragons as they exist in Warcraft.
Dragons as we know them today were very different in the early past, the early history of Azeroth. They were much more primitive, much more savage. What we now know as proto-dragons.
Aspects.
And then some of the dragons were empowered to become the aspects. The green flight, red flight, blue flight, bronze flight, black flight, each with unique powers, each with the ability to protect the world in different ways. These pillars of draconic power appointed to defend Azeroth from threats within and without.
Dragons used that power both for good, in the case of most of the aspects, but also for nefarious reasons in the case of the Black Dragonflight led by Neltharion, who would become Deathwing.
And what we will find in Dragonflight is that some of these ancient divisions run deep. And so it begs the question, where do we go from here? If this is an opportunity to reclaim their legacy, to be the protectors, as the cinematic mentioned, that they once were.
To do that, they're going to need the help of our heroes, our players, to come to the Dragon Isles with them and face some of these reawakening challenges, because it's not just that this land is peacefully waiting for the dragons to return and reclaim it. There's those old enemies that have awakened as well.
Yeah.
One of those being a race of kind of elemental half-giants, the Jarden.
The Dragon Isles isn't just populated by dragons or just by the Jarden. There's also many other occupants here in the Dragon Isles that have been here either just recently or for a while, including a fan favorite coming back, the Tuskar.
That's going to be awesome. We've got other cultures there as well in the Dragon Isles. We're going to find out about a civilization of centaurs that predates the ones that arose on Kalimdor much later.
Yes, let's boys, let's
Some
go.
of our favorite characters that we've seen over the last few expansions, such as Rathian.
And whether he's ready to step up into a leadership role, or if there are other alternatives out there that would be better suited to the job of being the aspect of the Black Dragonflight.
I think one thing the players are going to be really excited about this expansion is the new playable race, the Drakthir.
That's right.
And this is something that Neltharion, before he was Deathwing, before he went full crazy world dragon, that he put into motion?
Neltharion saw those primalists that were kind of breaking away from the aspects and what they wanted. And so in those first experiments, he took the essence of dragons, their strength, their nobility, their wisdom, and he combined it with that
goofy, but I like him.
scrappiness, that adaptability that the mortal races had. And he wanted to use that to create the ideal soldier in his mind, the Drakthir. Exploration is really one of the key themes of this expansion. We're going to be going to this ancient place that the dragons left behind long ago. So we've made these huge zones with all kinds of places to
really
delve
nice.
into and find little treasures and little secrets tucked away. It's going to be a lot of fun for players to be exploring these landscapes.
And there's so much architectural history and how clearly aspirational was the kingdom of the dragons and how it lost so much. And the themes of trying to return to that, to try to find your legacy, to try to figure out who you were before everything went awry. But there's questions, thematic questions of What does it mean to be true to your legacy? Are we going to repeat the mistakes of the past?
The dragons have had to learn those lessons just like the mortal kingdoms have had to. And I think that's one of the reasons why the dragons see this now as the time that they have to return and they have to step up once again as protectors of Azeroth. We're helping the dragons because the dragons have helped us in the past too. So by using the Explorers League and the Reliquary together, that allows us to delve into some of that history.
That's the original.
And when I look, upon the Dragon Isles and all of its visual splendor, I get so excited.
Is that a big open
for the
zone?
prospect of a truly Azerothian adventure alongside Calicos, along with Rathian, Ebonhorn, with Ysera's daughter Marithra, as each one of them is trying to find their own flight. I am taken by the exploration and the potential for adventure and just new horizons within this world.
There's going to be old stories from that time past, that history that only the dragons knew for the longest time. We're going to be able to explore that.
It really feels like just a breath of fresh air.
So now we're going to turn things over to some of our colleagues who will take you on that deep dive into the locations and the features of Dragonflight.
All right, settings, etc. I like the setting.
Hello, I'm Stephanie.
I'm Josh.
I'm Jackie.
And I'm Gary.
And we're part of the teams that are building the first two zones that you'll encounter in the Dragon Isles, the Waking Shore and the Onaran Plains. The very first zone in Dragonflight you're going to come to is the Waking Shores. It's wild, untamed land. It's waking up around you too, and the elements are just going crazy.
The art team again has hit it out of the park.
You'll see like a lava mountain flowing in through the beach, giant proto-dragons swooping down, gobbling up members of your expedition.
We have such rife opportunities to show elementals rising up because of the crazy magic that's flying around.
The one of the things I love is just how you get to the Dragon Isles, right? So you're gonna get on your boat in Stormwind or Orgrimmar, and the first thing you do is sail between like the dragon ruin architectures. The boats come right alongside each other. You can jump from one boat to the other and just start causing havoc on the other faction's boat.
For those who love PvP, this is a great opportunity for war mode.
It's free for all out there. It's gonna be great. But it's okay. There's an innkeeper on the beach, so that if you're in that situation and you don't want to be in war mode anymore, you can just hop out right there.
The Reliquary and the Explorers League are working together.
The Horde and Alliance are sending an expedition together. It's not the military, it's not the soldiers. This is the scientists, the settlers, exploring this new land. So it's a lot more optimistic tone.
One of my favorite things about the Waking Shores is the Red Dragonflight, led by Queen Alexstrasza, the Lifebinder.
It all feels less
have the
edgy.
mandate of nurturing and protecting all life, which means Horde and Alliance, Gorloks, trolls, everybody. So they take that duty seriously. When the Horde and the Alliance come to the Waking Shores, they want to be there to help guide the people through the new land and welcome them. But they're not the only one in the Waking Shores.
We have the ancestral home of the Black Dragonflight there too, which has fallen on tough times since Deathwing's descent. And so Rathian's coming over to the Isles with us, and he's gonna try and come to terms with the state of the Dragonflight, which is a few loyal Draconids and Dragon Spawn trying to hold their ground. What can the future of the Dragonflight be if it's just Rathian? Because it's not just the dragons that are coming back to the Dragon Isles, but also their longtime rival, the Jarden.
I love the Jarden so much. They're half giants that wield the power of magma. And when the Waking Shores and the Dragon Isles went to slumber, they also slumbered. They're back now, and they are ready to raise chaos.
Yeah, they're massive. They're riding giant lava mammoths, parading around, just stomping on your face.
And they were the enemies of the Dragonflight for so long. They fought against the Red Dragonflight, hunted dragons down, and they're really taking this opportunity to rise up. As the Red Dragonflight have the mandate of nurturing life, they don't want to just stomp out the Jarden completely, but they want to make sure that they don't have the power to affect those around them negatively, to make sure they don't go on a rampage and destroy the ecosystem that has been created here.
And so those are awesome things in the Waking Shore, but Steph, there really is only one right answer for the best thing in Waking Shores, right?
What?
This is true. Ducks.
We finally have those webbed feet hooligans in our game. We cracked the technology. We got
I've been waiting for so long.
Fly.
You should be proud.
Thank you.
It's gonna be awesome.
The Onaran Plains come right after the Waking Shores. It's so breathtaking at first glance.
The Onaran Plains are big, wide open plains. And the player is going to be constricted a little bit, and then you see this big contrast of a zone. We don't always get that opportunity, that cinematic moment where the player can have a framed view when they see this area.
Come out and you got that postcard shot of
that.
the plains. And then you see this giant fire proto-dragon breathing fire, and a herd of centaur like harpoon down the proto-dragon and crash into the ground. And the first thing you get to do is go help them kill the proto-dragon. Like, how cool is that?
Who is Onara?
Onara is the wild god of the wind. And she's appeared before as like this big spirit eagle. She's the one who guided the centaur to the Dragon Isles many, many years ago. She blessed them, took their caravan across, and then showed them the plains.
How fun at the beginning of this expansion was exploring the culture of the centaur.
The centaur are these mighty, awesome hunters that back when they first came to the Dragon Isles, they fought the green dragons all day long. Eventually they realized that we're strong, you're strong, maybe we should stop decimating each other's people. We'll make peace, we'll make an agreement. You guys hang out in the groves and the centaur will hang out in the plains. But now the dragons have been gone for 10,000 years. And the centaur have come so far since then. And they've been here and they've been existing and developing their culture. They all came over as one clan led by the mighty Maruk and Tira, and they founded a new life here. So if you want to get across, you have to follow their rules and their traditions. You have to earn their trust. You are the first outsiders to come in generations upon generations. The centaur might rule the open plains, but the green dragons make their home in the groves. And those groves are absolutely gorgeous.
And how great a job it is that we have where I can take all of this beautiful artwork and build these beautiful fantasy groves, high fantasy. We want to do lots of things with an open plain, and we want to
like
be
how it looks more big and
creative
open.
with that. But
Stuff's
we're
been very
restraining
cramped recently.
ourselves by letting the zone sing, letting the horizon tell the story. We certainly couldn't have done that in the vanilla WoW.
No, definitely not. The zones are so big and you can see so far, especially in Onaran Plains. So we talked to the engineers and we actually increased that distance.
It spurs you on to want to adventure and look through the zone and explore everything.
The interesting thing for me is we have all these conflicts with the dragonflights. There's missing dragons, there's battles, there's so much crazy stuff happening, but that's not really all we're doing. There's so much extra fun activities for people to do. And the greatest thing is that you need to figure out exactly what's going on and help solve all the problems that are just sprouting up everywhere.
We're just really excited to tell a story that's grounded in Azeroth and exploration. There's so much more to talk about. But now we're going to have some folks talking about the next two zones that players are going to experience in the Dragon Isles.
I have a feeling that there's a portion of chat who just is going to hate anything that happens.
Almost certainly.
Hello, everyone. My name is
Almost
Kate. I'm Christy. I'm Kate.
I'm Sean. We're going to talk today about Valdrassus and the Azure Span. So Azure Span is going to be the third zone that players adventure through, and it's one of our biggest zones that we've done in the Dragonflight, maybe even to date.
We knew it was going to be like the largest visual elevation change, and it really started with this great concept art. When we first were taking a look at the design, we kept coming back to one of our favorite Wrath zones, which was Grizzly Hills. And we really wanted to take that, but wowify it more. And I don't know if you've ever been up to the Bay Area, but in the morning, that coastal fog comes in and dips down into the redwoods and that sun shines through. That's really what we wanted to encapsulate with this forest. And not only we have redwoods, but we've got all different types of trees. Eventually, it'll break open into this wide open tundra that's just golden and red, and you'll reach up to another level of elevation where you get to see the
This is
snow.
all very
The
much up
majority of
my
the zone
alley.
is covered in snow and ice. We have
It's
giant
nice, yeah.
frozen waterfalls,
That's fucking pretty.
ice rivers as far as the eye can see.
And also
Sean,
Tuscarora.
I know in the forest we can expect our first creatures.
We have a small group that lives there called the Gnolls. These Gnolls are all throughout the forest and Azure Span. They've made this their home. Some Gnolls with strange magic that we're going to find out what exactly that's about. Snoll Gnolls, or as I call them, the Snolls, up in the winter area. And then some regular Gnolls that are just going to be around the forest area. So then we go into the big open tundra where we meet our second group, the Tuscarora.
It's going to be really neat to explore their culture a lot more.
And those kids are adorable. I absolutely love the Tuscarora. Honestly, all my downtime's probably just me hanging out with the Tuscarora.
Lordaeron
So it's
shield
been a
in the
little
background.
while since you've seen them.
Lordaeron shield in the
Tuscarora,
background.
Wrath of the Lich King. They're also getting a nice cool upres for their models, along
right.
with expanding their culture. So there are going to be male Tuscarora, female Tuscarora, Tuscarora kids. So we're going to fight alongside them, which includes help from a certain group of dragons, the blue dragons. We're going to follow the story of Kalagos, our blue dragon buddy from the Kirin Tor,
Yassified
and he's
Pelagos.
going to be adventuring into Syndragos' archives. It's a giant zone. There's a lot of surprises. When we're done there, we head over to Aldraz's.
Aldraz's. It's really incredible because you will be going through some of the previous zones and seeing a lot of ruins for the dragon buildings. But when you get to Thaldraz's, everything is perfectly intact. It's beautiful. It's pristine. It is the seat of power for all 5 dragon flights and home of the dragons. It feels that way with the huge vertical mountains. We've got these great cave systems where you may end up finding little dragon hordes.
My favorite dragonflight right now is the Bronze. They've got a really cool area in Thaldrazis, and their magic is time. There's so many cool story hooks that we could dig into there. There's so many cool gameplay options. And we have a little bit of an adventure for players. It's gonna be a lot of fun.
Can't wait.
God.
We really wanted it to feel
Bronze
like their
stuff.
old stomping grounds. One of the really cool features is going to be the main city and player hub for this expansion, Valdraken. It is a culmination of all of the dragon's efforts to put together what a city would look like. So we ended up having a bunch of really fun small vignettes where you see that the blue dragonflight is hosting a public library, and the red and green dragonflights both have their own separate gardens. We'll also have some convenience services for players, including an auction house in the city, which will be really nice if you're looking for more exotic wares.
Breath of fresh
The
air
thing
from
that
Oribos.
really sold me on Thaldrazis
It's like, didn't
was
feel
the
like a
initial
city.
concept art we got of
Yep,
Tierhold.
100%.
Oh, yeah.
Wow. And
It is
this
Tierhold,
is
yeah.
a 10,000-year-old Titan technological
So it
marvel.
was Tyr at the top then?
Tierhold
Yeah.
has these awesome aqueducts that actually come out from the structure all the way to the city across the valley. And in the cinematic, there's just this amazing shot where you see Alexstrasza swoop under one of them, and there's splashes of water cresting across her wings. So when players are flying around themselves, they get to have their Alexstrasza moment. What an incredible place and filled with so much history.
Tierhold was built by Tyr. He was a Titan Keeper back in the day who helped the Aspects fight Galakron. And when they settled on the Dragon Isles, he built this facility. And even though Tyr's gone, the dragons have held him in reverence. But that was 10,000 years ago, and they've let the Titans maintain the place. An incredible amount of history has happened since then. Flights have been nearly wiped out. There have been invasions, betrayals. Aspects have died. And these are the kind of things that leave marks on a society. So now they're all back here, and they're all here together.
As we were designing the zone and the city itself, we're trying to figure out, how do we tell those stories at the same time as making sure that this is a really convenient place for players to go and, go shopping, as they tend to do. So much adventuring happening on the Dragon Isles.
It's so cool.
As a player, you probably don't have your own dragon wings. You are going to learn the art of dragon riding.
It's so vertical, and I'm just excited to dive
the
off
idea
the
of a
tops of
mount
towers
actually
and swoop under
feeling like
things.
a
It's
beast.
actually one of the things that we're about to learn
Guild
about
Wars
next.
kind of opened my mind in that big time.
Well, you're going to find out some more now.
Hi,
Yeah.
I'm Jake. I'm Andy.
I'm Kali.
And I'm Graham. And I'm really excited to talk to you guys today about the Drakthir Evoker, our new race and class coming in Dragonflight.
We're here to talk about not only the Evoker, but also dragon riding, which is our exciting expression into the exploration of the Dragon Isles.
We knew with a dragon-themed expansion, we wanted to let you play a dragon. Not a big dragon, Alexstrasza size. That'd be tough to fit into raids. I'm sorry, Jake. Okay. I know.
Fine.
But a draconic humanoid. So the Drakthir, created by Neltharion.
And like our other hero classes, you get to choose if you want to start on the Horde or Alliance side on character creation.
So let's talk a little bit about the Evoker, the class they can be. What's unique about it is because the Drakthir are created by an aspect, they have the ability to wield the magic of all 5 dragonflights. So Evokers can take advantage of red magic and blue magic and bronze magic.
And to show that, we created a
right,
visual,
yeah.
what we call a prismatic effect. This prismatic effect is basically the coalescence of all their energy as they channel it into whatever spell that they're going to cast. You have a red magic spell called Pyre. So when you shoot it out of your mouth, it twirls in the air with all 5 of the Dragonflight's magic as it turns into the red spell before landing on your enemies and exploding and hopefully burning them.
I'll take that one. Getting that vibe across that they use all 5 was really important to us, but we did want to make sure that each specialization focused on 2, because casting 5 different colors gets a bit messy. So their damage dealer specialization, their first of 2, Devastation, mostly focuses on red and blue magic. Red being very fast and explosive, burning everything with Pyre. whereas blue is more focused and overwhelming. You can shoot a beam of energy out of your mouth to disintegrate one single enemy in front of you.
There's a healer spec called Preservation. The healer spec is going to focus mostly on your green and your bronze magic. So your green is going to be evocative of the Emerald Dream, your growth and your nurturing spells. And then you have your bronze magic, which is going to be more timey-wimey. So you get to heal a wound faster.
So in addition to the visuals and the animation, which all make you feel very powerful, we really wanted the player to have a physical connection to the cast. We have a new type of spell called Empower, where when you actually hold down the button on your keyboard, it charges up the spell. The longer you charge it up, it might do more damage or hit more targets depending on the spell.
All right.
But it gives
That's
you this
an
really
innovation.
physical connection and control that's new for World of Warcraft, and I think is feeling really, really good.
We have
I'm
some
super
great
down for that.
animations. Thank you,
Hope
Andy.
they
You're
add that
doing
to other classes as well.
feel
That's
physical
fucking
when
cool.
you're casting your spells.
You can actually fly around the battlefield and
Finally
cast
some
while you're
gameplay.
flying.
Let's
Raining
go.
fire and death from above. It's
That's
great.
fun. Gonna get yourself killed a lot using it, but it's
another
cool.
part of feeling draconic is looking like a dragon.
Well, we talk about dragons breathing fire, but you know what's actually fire?
What's actually
These
fire?
customizations.
Oh my goodness.
But no, they're really, really
They're
cool.
awesome.
Because you have both your draconic form and your humanoid form. And
There's a
the
spiral.
customization options for both of them are amazing.
They're very good.
What about color? Just tell me you
tell
can
us about the
change
colors. You can do a lot of matching. So your visage form can have scales that are the same color.
You can
as
be an
your
aura
Dark Fear
with
form.
beast
But
mode,
my favorite,
basically.
super favorite part of customization for the visage form, hair.
Yeah.
Because I can actually do this in game.
Yeah.
The check is here.
Visage form, of course. Visage day. They set that up.
As players make their way through each of the areas of the Dragon Isles, they'll partner up with the Dragonflights to move through the air as they've never done before. You'll notice I did not say flying because flight has a very specific meaning for World of Warcraft.
Yeah, it does.
And we're talking about something new called dragon riding.
And as the players are honing their dragon riding skills, they're going to get to see all new animations that go along with the different look and feel of the drakes.
We're aiming to shake up movement with this new system, providing players with a deeper immersion with forces like momentum and gravity.
We knew that for Dragonflight, we were going to have the opportunity to show players a whole new set of Dragon Isle drakes, completely unique from all the other things they've seen in World of Warcraft. And so we wanted to come up with a movement system that would add
Look
that
at this,
sense
they're
of
making a
physics,
game.
weight, and gravity, like you were mentioning.
And
We knew
need
it was
to see
going
the
to
beta
take
first.
a
I don't
huge
believe
team
this.
effort, not just animation, but it was going to take effects. It was going to take the engineering team, who we rely on heavily, and that combined with some new animations really helps to lend that feeling of physics as you move through the air in ways that you haven't before. And the icing on the cake is going to be some really cool effects that we've added on top of all of that. So for example, when you start hitting, maximum velocity, you're going to see contrails coming off the edges of the wings.
I mean, I'd take that
And then
over
as you do
flying
your
day
rolls
one.
and spirals,
For
you
sure,
build
yeah.
up
This is
more and
actually
more
going to
speed.
be
There's
fun.
going to be some
Yeah,
screen
it's
effects.
And I
on
know
the
a lot of people
display
in chat are going to be
indicate that you're
furious at
reaching
that
maximum
because
velocity,
they think the
which really
main,
adds
they
to
think the
overall
world is
kind
just
of
a menu.
immersion and the sense of
Go
reality.
through quickly, but
As
Well, this is
players
the
make
kind
their
of
way
change
through
they
the
need to
Dragon
make
Isles,
to
they'll
stop
discover
having it
new
feel like just a
cosmetic
menu.
options to
They have to make it
fine-tune their Dragon Isle
interactable.
Drake's
Make this like,
appearances.
okay, you can only
Things
go
like
so high without getting
snoops,
momentum. So you have
horns,
actual gameplay to
tails,
get up to high
elusive
spots to get
Dragon
your
Isle
treasures,
Drake
as
armor,
opposed to
and more.
coordinates
Can I have
done.
spikes?
Definitely.
Okay.
We want to provide players with all new skills to play with, as those who can use their momentum well can reach higher and higher heights and bring on new, more difficult challenges.
We just have so many new gorgeous options to choose from, and I'm just so excited for all of them.
I'm excited for the whole thing. I mean, it's been a lot of fun to work on, but I can't wait to actually get in the game, play it with you guys.
I can't wait. I can't wait to fly around Dragon Isles. It's
Yeah.
gonna be great.
Next up, you're going to hear about the talent revamp and the UI changes coming in Dragonflight.
yes.
Please let me uninstall LVI, please.
Hello, my name is Brian.
I'm Crash.
I'm Jay.
And I'm Laura. We are very excited to share we are finally revamping the WoW HUD UI.
And it is also time for a major revamp to talents and specializations.
I have a big question for the group. How long do you think it took for us to finally revamp the WoW HUD?
My guess is like 15 years.
Close, 18 years.
18 years.
18 years.
Wow.
You know, technology has changed a lot since we made the UI back in 2004. Now you have like bigger monitors, and us, we have better dev tools to work with. So it makes sense to have the revamp right now. Also, if you look at the game today, the art evolved beautifully over the years. And if you look at the HUD looks like it got frozen time.
So when we approached this, we wanted to create
a layout experience that players could customize, move things around, adjust it to fit their needs.
Add-ons today, they do a lot for player customization.
The downside is that not everybody uses them. It's about time that everybody has the opportunity to use them, that they become a part of the base UI.
Yeah, and we are working very closely with our user research team to make sure we are hitting the goals that our player needs.
It allowed us to add new functionality, to improve accessibility in a lot of areas, and on top of that, we are going to be improving the art.
Yeah, so the art update, it's a big part of this project. The UI that we have today has a lot of charm and personality, and players have been using that for 18 years. So with that in mind, we want to respect the players who really like the current UI, but do a modern take to it, removing the clutter and giving more visibility for your gameplay. So the new minimap, it looks bigger, and the health bar is also much bigger. If you look at the action bars in the bottom menus,
language, but
they
it's
have less
definitely
head frames,
better.
and you can really open up your gameplay, so you don't have a lot of your UI in front of you. And
gonna
of
break
course,
every
we want to
add-on.
find iconic pieces from the current HUD, but we want to bring it back in a nice way. So we for sure updating the Griffins. They look so nice now. And the Horde, don't worry, we got you. We're gonna have your version as well. So let's talk about the edit mode.
We are putting a mode in that will let players move various HUD elements around on the screen.
So I'm able to move the mini-map, say, from the right corner all the way over to the left corner. Or if I want to bring my action bars from the bottom and kind of put them more in the center by my character, those are all things that I'll be able to do.
Absolutely.
May not
and
need
each of
elf.
those different components will have various sets
Definitely.
of options
For
that
the
you'll be
small
able
things,
to
but-
work with.
yeah,
They'll be
true.
able to save it, edit it, copy it, name it. Also, it'll remember which spec you're in. So if you're someone who jumps around a lot, as you switch, it will switch to whatever HUD layout you have for that spec.
This is an ongoing project. We're gonna keep working on it. So we really want to hear back from you.
A project that we're all excited about that we've been collaborating a lot on is something that's pretty UI intensive, and that's the talent system.
It hadn't changed in a long time, like you said before. And we really started with how can we have players have more choice over what their character has?
As you level up, we give you a new spell or a new ability, something that kind of makes you stronger, but it's determined by the designers. We decide the order.
Yeah, we started looking for a system that would give players a much wider set of options.
And after looking at all those things, what we really returned back to was the idea of trees. But it's actually two trees. We have a class
Doing
tree that
member
offers
only in the chat
different
for a little
class
bit.
utility, and then we have a spec tree that is focused on performing your role, whether that's damage, tank, or healing.
Can I just jump in and say that I personally am super excited about having trees come back. There's a big nostalgia hit for me.
As we said, we have these two trees because we feel like picking a specialization is a really important part of your World of Warcraft character now. And so we want to make sure that when you choose that, it kind of affects the tree in some way.
Yeah, as soon as you open your talent tree, you'll see something new. The class side will have some abilities filled out for free, just kind of starting you off in that spec you've chosen, but then you'll have your first point to spend in the class tree, which could be something related to that spec or role, or it could be something from elsewhere in the class.
There's a lot of things that we can do here, and part of that is encouraging players to perhaps make combinations that they've never really been able to see in the game before. This is an opportunity to put a lot more art and fantasy in the actual talent UI itself.
You have seen that a lot through most recent extensions, but not at the base UI.
We want you to be able to tinker with it. You know, we want you to be able to make a lot of changes at a lot of times and not necessarily have to commit. The power really is coming back to the player. It's not something we want people to feel locked into. And so one of the things that we'll be preserving is the ability to change these talents at the same kind of frequency that you do now.
Yeah, the old school players, when you see trees this time, just think, yeah, I'll go from my raid night to my arena match and figure out what I think is the best for both of those.
And that's a process we want to make really fluid. So we're building a save load feature that lets you create your build, name it, save it, and then load it up very quickly and freely.
Talents were really about the breadth of options. We've made all these different cool things over the years, but when are they at their coolest? It's when players can hold the building blocks of what can make up their class, their spec, and put them together in a way that works for them.
So these are really cool features that we've been working long and hard on, and we're very excited about them. And it's just an early preview of the things we've been doing. We can't wait to see the reaction that you have to them, and please reach out to
Depends
us and
on
let us
the
know your thoughts on
implementation
them.
specifically
And
of the
next up,
trees,
we're going
but
to talk about
generally speaking,
professions and
absolutely
Dragonflight.
Yeah. All right, professions.
Yep. This is interesting.
Yeah, very.
It actually seems
Hi,
like a
I'm Joanna.
major revamp.
And I'm Eric, and we're going to talk about our plans for professions in Dragonflight. Professions have been a staple of World of Warcraft forever, and they've seen lots of really cool incremental updates over their life. But for Dragonflight, we want to do something a bit different. We really want to rethink professions and figure out how to make them part of your identity as a player, if that's what you want.
We really want to make sure that professions feel fun and relevant across all levels of gameplay.
That brings us to our first update, something that we're calling crafting orders. If you want to have something crafted for you, but you don't have the skill or the right profession to do it for yourself, you can have it crafted through a crafting order.
This
You
is
can
like pretty
basically
unique, actually.
browse any
Yeah,
of the
it's
recipes
really
that can be
good.
crafted, pick the one you want for yourself, and then you include some or all of the reagents needed for the recipe, including ones that only you can get your hands on. You can find someone in person to do it right in front of you for you, or you can also go to an NPC and using an auction house-like interface, send the order out. If
fucking
you're doing
awesome.
this, you can pick, do you want to
Yeah.
send the order to anyone?
That's
through the
genuinely
public
fucking
order,
cool.
Or do you want to only send it to your
Huh.
guild?
Sorry, I
or
mean,
to a
no, this is
specific
eroding
other
the
player,
social
like a
aspects of
friend
World of
you know
Warcraft. Now
will
you'll
look
never
after
talk
you
to
really
anyone to
well
get
for
your
you.
stuff crafted.
You are
As if
really
anyone's done that in
dedicated
the
to your
last like,
craft,
10
you're going to
years.
be the best at what you do.
One of the coolest things about this is the item you had crafted can also be soul-bound. In the past, you could only get your hands on crafted soul-bound items by having that profession yourself. Now anyone can have them crafted for them, which is really neat and really expands the number of items that we can provide that are really powerful because everyone can have them crafted through the crafting order system.
This is also really cool because it means as a crafter, you can start building your client base. People are going to come back to you to get certain items. Maybe you're the best at making it, or you always throw in a little something extra. You're also going to be leveling up your profession. It's going to be really great.
So the first time you go to craft, you're gonna notice a lot of different things, but probably the biggest is the introduction of quality, both to your crafted items and your gathered reagents. Quality works in a pretty simple way. If you craft something that's a higher quality, it's just gonna be better. For a piece of gear, that probably means a higher item level. If it's, for instance, a potion, that might mean a more powerful effect at a higher quality.
And we're doing a lot of new things in the UI. We've put a lot of work into it to make sure that the professions feel really special and unique.
And another thing you might notice in the crafting UI that's new is the introduction of stats, specifically to your professions, both crafting and gathering. And this is another
Like an FS?
Someone played OG.
Probably
Yes.
the biggest source
Yes.
of your ability to craft
Hopefully.
items at a higher
Yep.
quality is through
Yo.
crafting specializations. We've had crafting specializations in the past, as far back as original World of Warcraft.
sweet.
With Dragonflight,
Yeah, you've got progression
you
now,
can go out
hopefully.
and earn
Yeah.
specialization points in a whole bunch of different ways. So maybe you find an old book on a bookshelf in a ruin somewhere, or a hermit in a cave who can teach you a little bit about your profession. So let's say you're a blacksmith.
Kind of
and
legion-y
you might
in a sense to
decide
me.
that first you want to become an armor smith.
great.
And the more points you spend in armor smithing, the better you're gonna get at crafting all armor.
This also means that if you specialize one way, other people in your guild may specialize in a completely different path. So this means that your guild could have several top blacksmiths and everybody's providing something unique and valuable to the team, which is really cool.
Now that
Crafters
reminds
double
me
your
of
odds.
another update. We're actually adding crafting tables to all the different crafting professions. We're gonna take those and we're gonna put them all in the main city of Valdrakken. And you're gonna go in there and you're gonna get to see all the different players crafting their items at their cool crafting tables.
That's nice, yeah.
Good to
Yeah,
make
it means you're
feel
gonna
like
walk
an
into the
MMO.
city and you're gonna see like all these alchemists huddled over here, and you're gonna see all these blacksmiths over by the forge.
So far, everything
There'll be
here's
other
good to
players
me.
filling
Like, real
orders
good.
or grabbing orders.
that's
It's gonna be a whole new crafting
way
area
better
that's
than
gonna make
everyone
you feel
crafting
really part of
anywhere
the world.
and around
It
any
just
point of Arbus.
seems like a
and
much
making
more
annoying
lively
noises.
area than it has in the past.
What I'm most excited about though is the gear. We're introducing new types of gear for every profession. And when you go to say mine a node, you're actually gonna just switch into that gear. It's gonna be really great.
Yo,
You're not gonna have to
okay,
carry that stuff
sweet.
around in your backpack anymore. There's actually gonna be dedicated slots for each of your pieces of
Nice.
gear. But I'm a numbers guy.
gear
I
slots?
love progressing.
Yeah.
All pieces of profession gear will have those special stats that we mentioned before on them. And as you get your hands on better versions of the gear, it's really gonna help you get better at your profession.
I can't wait.
Oh, this seems
Thank you
really
for
good.
tuning in to the Dragonflight Deep Dive.
It's
You've heard
ambitious,
a lot
but
about
it's
the
yeah.
content and changes coming
I mean,
in Dragonflight.
it's truly
and
a
we've got a lot more in
2.0
store for you in the
feeling.
coming months.
Change?
Until then,
Oh yeah,
we'll see
like
you in
this
Azeroth.
is it's taken some of the same ideas that they had like back in the day, like the fact you'd be a potion master or whatever else.
Yeah.
But actually putting gameplay into it and putting gear into it and stuff makes that seems so much more interesting to me. That's great.
Might be us.
Yeah. Or yep, that's it.
That's
Interesting.
really funny that they just stopped it.
Yep. I was expecting a couple more things, but yeah, no.
Okay.
Until then,
so-
we'll see you in Azeroth.
oh, right. Did it? Oh, is this the thing that YouTube Live does where it... Okay, right. So that's their reveal.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sweet.
There's quite a few things for us to talk through.
Let me just start and yes. Yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
That is,
So things will jump through the press kit and the website that's just went live that'll have additional info. But first, Matt, what's your reaction?
I honestly, this may be a little controversial. I thought that was a really kind of mixed cinematic. It was really kind of okay. I'll tell you exactly what I'm thinking. Just Avengers, just Thor holding the thing open. That's all I was thinking. I was like, that's just a Marvel thing. You've done the Marvel thing.
Or it could be Garrosh lifting the Iron Star.
Could be in my head. I'm like, it felt like directly inspired by that. But I thought it was obviously very pretty. I do think it was boring, but I think the boringness worked for it. I think it was very much, there are no stakes, nothing's happened. It's just the Dragon Isles are here. You've been fucking asking for 20 years. Here you go, have them, enjoy.
Yeah.
And you're like, you know what? Begrudgingly, you're going to make me enjoy it. I know you will.
Yeah, that's it for me. Like, yes, I liked that.
Yeah.
I liked that. I know this could be a bit of a controversial thing, but bear with me for a second.
Controversy in droves today.
Yeah. No, like, it's obviously really cool when you get like a big villain thing.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, like the WoD cinematic is probably still the coolest one they've ever made.
Close, yeah.
But if I think about what our criticisms of the game were, the sort of things that we want, I think what we kind of wanted is a slice of something that feels actually like Warcraft. And, dragons. It's been there.
That's what says it auto-played this our stream after the Blizzard announcement for you.
Take that!
Maybe Blizzard said it to autoplay us because they like us. I don't know.
That is the least plausible thing I have heard all day, man. I guess for me, right, I like the way that it seems to be a slice of classic Warcraftish things. If you think about dragon stuff, that's there in Warcraft 2. It is, there in Warcraft 3. It's more just a basic slice of fantasy. And I think one of the things with WoW is like, we kind of got away from ourselves. It's like BFA was not what was advertised to us.
Yes.
And then Shadowlands was just edgy fucking bullshit.
Yeah.
And this, like, that's kind of what I like. There is no, I have read Nietzsche or some bullshit. None of that bullshit that was the Shadowlands. None of that fucking cringe-ass bullshit. There's a different kind of cringe here for some people, where it's just people who are a bit like, oh yeah, it's dragons in a fantasy world. That's cringe as fuck. I think at the end of the day, most of the WoW crowd, we actually kind of like those things.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing with high fantasy. Like,
yeah, a slice of high fantasy that is not, okay, sure, we do not have big, sweaty, galloping abs like we had with the WoD one. And I get how the WoD one will totally pump you up more for playing that expansion.
Definitely.
But from what I actually want, vibe-wise,
I
think this is the vibe.
Yeah, so I think it's a good vibe, and I think some of the feeling I have is exactly pointed out by Ashana, who says, it looks okay, but feels a bit weak. Overall, IMO was expecting a lot more. But then I realized I think that's probably for the best, because if they just went whole hog, here's everything, here's a whole bunch of... Who else is in the fucking basket of villains we can, fire in? Big stakes, massive, big adventure, etc. If they're starting weak, they kind of know they have to build up to something. And I think that's been the fundamental complaint about World of Warcraft recently, is that there's no build up. It's all just, we need our big moment. We need our please clap moment. And every single time it's just straight up, here's a cool new place. And there's something about it that's very much, we know we can't be the World of Warcraft you liked back in the day, because we're different people. Time has moved on. There's a bunch of different stuff, like just different circumstances, everything. But they are trying to start something relatively new, at least. I mean, they've just like, here's a whole new race of people that were in Azeroth the whole time, but you didn't know about them. You're like, oh, okay, I see what you're going for. And I think it's like, it's indicative. I can't remember who it was, but someone said, it was a bit sad that they didn't lead out of Shadowlands. It's just, they basically memory hold Shadowlands there entirely.
That's what I want.
And that's exactly what I think the best thing to do is, if they don't talk about it, then they know it was a bust, for probably all the reasons.
Yeah.
that we say. So
Ian essentially admitted that too. And, I like
Yeah.
what you're saying there, Dark Wolf. I think simplicity is best. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
like we've been on this fucking wacky ride for so long that a
Mhm.
slice of simplicity is kind of a good thing.
Yeah.
And if you think about, say,
That's pacing.
an expansion like Mop,
yeah.
it also did not launch to a trailer that was like, here is the big new villain.
Yeah.
In the way that we had Illidan, we had Arthas, we had Deathwing, we had Panda, and everyone was confused, but then they actually built it out into a really good world, really good slice of slice of Azeroth. So I guess overall, I like that. I do like a bit of the kind of Rome thing they've got going on too. But I would like that anyway. It's literally my favorite period in history.
Yeah, so I think that's a little bit of a I don't the only word that's coming to mind is like soft retcon, but I don't mean it like in a negative way, but it's like we're furthering what the Titans kind of are in this one unique kind of way, but less the Titans and more here's what the Watchers built. Because if Tyr built that, then it wasn't built by, Aman'Thul and set there.
Yep.
It was literally built by Tyr himself, which
man,
is
that's
a
great.
whole interesting thing of there's like so many Watchers. Obviously, we had a little bit of Raden in this as well. So they're maybe coming back to that kind of, okay, what did the Titans leave behind that we can improvise on and make sound or come across as actually pretty cool?
Yeah. What I like there is, Shadowlands was very, we have just met these beings equivalent to the Titans.
Yeah.
We have Ian saying Titan plus plus.
Here's turbo gods that do nothing.
So we didn't explore those from like an inside out perspective. We were just kind of suddenly shown these big important beings and meant to give a shit. Yeah. Whereas, here it's not like, oh yeah, here's Aman'Thul. Have a chat with him. And that feels a bit ridiculous. So this would be a way to expand that Titan lore in the way that vanilla through like Cataclysm did, where it was through learning about the things on Azeroth like the Watchers. So that's a way of doing that lore that I really do like.
Funny you say that because I have literally one example that I gleaned from the press kit, which is in our thing, but we saw later. There is an image or a concept art from a dungeon, and it's literally called WoW Dragonflight Dungeon Uldaman Concept 1. So very much like, what's the old Titan stuff? Oh, let's go there again.
Yeah. So I think for other things then, one thing, some of the... Right, so the Drakthir Evoker, there's a lot of people being like, well, why can't we do them both? Here's actually a little bit of here's my theory, okay? So whenever you are doing a new class, and it's got to go in every single race, all the animations have got to be there, right? Whereas in this case, it's like this is one race, it is one class. I think that clamps down on the quantity of animations and things like that they have to do. I think it probably means they can focus their efforts on the spell effects, the game feel, all of those things would actually make it stand out.
Yeah.
So I think that's why they went that way. There's probably a lot that they're doing as well, but they probably also know that like maybe in terms of production, they perhaps couldn't fit all of this into the schedule. If Evoker went for everybody, or if Drakthir could be every single class, there could maybe be some things in there.
Possibly.
And then I guess lore-wise as well, there's a very solid canonical reason why this is the case.
Yeah, which is going to be hard to do otherwise because it's like, they as much as some of that's kind of fallen apart in recent years for the sake of gameplay choice, they definitely have like a lot of emphasis on, no, this can't be this for a reason. So I think this kind of coming across it has, I think, quite severe implications on some gameplay stuff, especially because new class, new race, bound to stuff, you're going to, the same problems you run into with DKs back in the day were like, it's the new class, it's busted. All that stuff is like liable to happen, and it'll feel worse because people are like, oh, I want to play the new class, I don't really like the race, I'm shit out of luck. But the fact that they're just kind of going, what's the trade-off, right? Cool new class and a load of complaints, or no new class? Which of these is more important?
Yeah.
And they're going, cool class. Some people might be left by the wayside or upset, but at least for most people, they'll go, oh, cool new class. I'll give it a try. Oh, it starts at a high level. Okay, sweet, let's go.
Yeah, I'd rather they just focus their efforts, and if there's a cost to that, maybe the thing we buy with that cost is that when you actually get your hands on this, it seems cool. There's a lot of people memeing on the whole, oh, you can press a button. And it really kind of fucked me off whenever people were memeing in that, almost just like, oh, it's like new water in 9.2. But no, if you think about the actual rhythm of a game, like if you pick up a game in a controller, let's say you're playing, Well, for you, Thingy Paradise, or like a really
Stranger
good,
Paradise, yeah.
or like a really good action game. Yeah. And the rhythm at which you hit buttons is so core to game feel in so many games, but often not in MMOs.
Yeah.
So this is giving their designers a lot more that they can actually play with. Good example, like whenever you hold a button in, well, you can have some really fun pitch effects happening.
Yeah,
you can have some spell effects that match up with that. That
Some
mean when you,
animations and stuff, yeah.
when you release the button, it'll feel really good.
Yeah.
So there's actually a lot. There's a lot that they could do there, and I mean, maybe for getting some new talents, it would be cool. What kind of things that we could get on, on other classes, that involve this like holding down a button thing. Probably best not to make it core of gameplay, but maybe add that in as a talent option where it makes sense.
Yeah, it's like I think they may have some issues there because I know they're very accessibility focused, and that may have some accessibility issues or something like that. Especially when you think of the range of buttons you want to be able to play. But generally speaking, if that's something they're going to go ahead with, and that is like, I think the important thing is it is the first thing that is literally physically transformed World of Warcraft gameplay ever.
Yeah,
I think there's nothing that is the same as it changes how you interface with the game. And that's the thing why I love playing FF14's like combat so much. Weaving off GCDs feels so good to me. Playing Ninja and getting the ninjutsu timings for the Mudra is absolutely genuinely incredible. I really, really love that. So the idea that they're going for this, I mean, it works really well in Lost Ark. So obviously people are like saying, oh yeah, Lost Ark. Like, yeah, that's the thing. Actually, Pocket Printer, yeah, hold button could be great for MM hunters. Hold the button for aim shot.
Oh, that actually could feel pretty good.
Hold the button for aim shot. Hold the button for a pyroblast. That's going to feel better than a cast. And if you're kind of cynical about that, I would suggest go play some Lost Ark or go try to branch out and play some action games where your input matters as opposed to just the abstraction layer of press button is a little bit more involved. It immediately feels so much better. So much better.
Yeah, and there's loads of games that prove that. So I just think that's really cool. Also, both me and you do enjoy rhythm games, and the idea of a hold. It's there for the rhythm. I think that's super core to gameplay. So, honestly, I think all this shit's looking really cool. And yeah, we can sort of meme in the scalies and stuff. But look, do you want to be a dragon? You can be like this sort of fucking dragon creature. That's cool. And you have a human form. That's also, so I am down with that. I think for other things, when I look through the world, there we go. I'll bring something up to be evocative of the world.
Actually, before you do that, chat's been asking for it. So go back to Notion there. I have a little image that I think people will very much enjoy. Not in there, the next one.
Where?
Dragonflight, right hand side.
Oh.
Yep, I forgot about the cover. Scroll down to, there's a very wide image at the bottom. Up a little bit. No, yep, there, see, yep.
Is this our new tier sets?
There's a concept for tier sets from the first raid.
These tier sets have colors.
They're not the 9.2 tier sets.
Fucking right. Now this looks like... Oh, this looks...
This is what we'll get from the...
This fucking sick. This is like almost Firelands on all of the steroids.
Yeah, so for the raid itself, we see venture into the ancient prison of the primal incarnates before their malevolent power can be unleashed against the dragon aspects. But you just see there, you see all of the like elements. And I think they're really trying to go back to that play of elements. There's like proto-dragon stuff as well there. So there you go, tier sets. This time they look a bit nicer.
That, like, whoever gets this, that looks so fucking cool.
It's very good.
Man, all right. Well, that's really nice. I guess for other things, like, where did this come from?
Press kit.
Nice. Okay, sweet. I wonder if that's like a popular song dance, because they used to do that sort of thing.
Any K-pop people probably, that's what it likely is.
Oh man, yeah, probably. As I go to the zones then, look, what'll matter is how they actually feel when we play them.
Of course, yeah.
But look, so it's all man, it's like going through the motions sometimes. All the usual things. The art team have done a great job and they look lovely. Yeah. Will it be fun to play? That is the big question. I did like how they talked about the zones feeling open. That's been a constant criticism. I think a really good example of that is compare original Nagrand to WoD Nagrand. And, WoD Nagrand started to get like more intricate and stuff, and I feel like it lost some of its essence. So, I'm just really interested in how this will actually play.
Yeah, like
the idea of big open plains with Centaur. It's like that's, and also you see this concept art they're using in the background. That's fucking beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's interesting coming from Shadowlands because Bastion and Revendreth specifically are like they're really beautiful zones. They're really well crafted and art designed and stuff. But actually playing them sometimes it just feels like hemorrhoids. It's brutal. Like Bastion opens up when you go out, you finish the first little bit, you go up, and then Clea shows you the vision of what it used to be. And obviously laugh away, it's just some blue things in the sky. But it's like you see this like kind of nice vista, but then you immediately just go, well, here's gameplay section, here's gameplay section, here's gameplay section. So it's like if they've changed their actual design, like level design process to be, here's not a series of quest zones which become world quest zones. If they actually go, yeah, here you go, here's a place. I mean, the first thing I thought was, I didn't want to say it because it would maybe be a little bit rude, whenever it was like, we increased the level of detail, or not the level of detail, the like distance you can see. And my first thought was, someone at Blizzard played Elden Ring and went, I can play that? Holy shit! Put that in our game. That's the first thing I thought. Anyway, like
obviously timelines basically make that impossible.
Of course, yes. That's why I didn't say it.
Yeah. So, man, these zones all look really pretty. They look okay. I can at least say they look what I really like. If you've been around for for the many years that I've been running this channel, I actually did a little let's play of Howling Fjord purely because I liked it a long time ago. And you can't watch those videos. I took them down. Very embarrassing. But like, that's the color palettes that I like, So I see this, I'm like, oh, wide open plains. Awesome. I love this. I mean, even Azim Step stuff, like, some things. So I like that stuff. This is gorgeous. This is where I want my log cabin to be.
That's very
cabin
territory. It's got that very...
Someone just give me a Starlink and I'll relocate us over to live here.
Alaska, but not snowy, kind of Finnish Norwegian forest
vibes.
Yeah,
117 Haso just said they look like natural zones, and that's it.
Yeah.
To me, Shadowlands kind of looked like a bunch of little Disney theme areas, and they didn't feel like real places in the world. So I suppose it actually feeling like a real place, I think that's really important for an MMO. And as you're saying in chat there too, color. There's color in these.
There is. I think this is kind of a problem a little bit I have with World of Warcraft, like visual design, where it's it's just the colors are so like I don't know how to describe it, but that's very like deep green, and then you go somewhere else, it's like all the trees are purple, and I feel like maybe a little bit sometimes a little bit one note. But it makes for genuinely beautiful zones a lot of the time. I think that's one of the major problems I had with Shadowlands as well. Where it's like, here's Revendreth, here's your color palette for today. And you're like, why is everything in this zone the same color? Is no one an individual in Shadowlands? Let's not think about that because that's a fucking can of worms. But
Now, this is actually something, honestly, look, so the way that flying is in World of Warcraft, right? It's like, I don't know if you ever played a game like Counter-Strike where you could just use the no-clip command and you just have a free camera and you can fly through the world. Flying in WoW is that, right? You have a 3D model that is just that. It doesn't feel like gameplay. It's just a means of transport. But one of the things that I saw when I started playing some Guild Wars 2, especially hopping over to my girlfriend's account using the Griffin.
Yeah.
Because the thing about the Griffin is it can't fly forever. It needs to do swoops and, all of that stuff. Is that it really felt like you're actually riding a Griffin. And on just the level of like, hey, I'm playing a video game. Because that's the thing with a game like World of Warcraft, especially as we have moved so into the realm of everything is fucking numbers and stats and raid bots and simulations and everything. Sometimes you can actually miss the part of the game that is the fantasy of the game, the gameplay of the game, right? Like, you think about, let's just say a game came out that was about dragon riding. And, you saw the demo for it or the trailer and like you actually feel like you're flying a dragon. That's something people will think like, oh, that's really cool. So I look at this and it's like, shit. I'm going to dive off a cliff, open up my wings, get a whole bunch of momentum, do a big swoop. It seems like I'll be able to upgrade this. Like maybe there's skills or something attached to it and then even customize the dragon. Because the thing is, there's always the chance that if regular flying was available from day one, that because of efficiency, people just wouldn't do this, Yeah. And there's one of the things we've been talking about for the longest time, because often people say, oh, you're streamlining the fun out of the game. And that's often meant in regards to, say, class design and things like that. but that also really matters for traversal. And I think it's really worth remembering if you streamline travel to just be, this is the optimal way to move from A to B, then you're not playing a game anymore.
Yeah.
Then the world is just an inefficient to use menu. So with this, look, you can do cool flips and swoops and shit. It looks fun. And that's the thing. Imagine if you're going to do your world quests or do whatever. I don't know what the world content's going to be, but if you're actually doing that, that could be fun. Now, imagine too, with something like this, they could make races, couldn't they?
That's
They
exactly
could make-
the content they open up.
Yeah, they could make races. They could make challenges. I mean, remember how in the Burning Crusade, as a part of the Netherwing questing, you actually did the dragon races? And even with the extreme limitations of their flight system, that was still a really cool quest that people really remembered. So I just think about that. There are so many cool gameplay opportunities they've got with this. And one of the things that we've been talking about for such a long time is that it's WoW's really struggled to reward players with things. Because it's what the fuck do we give people? It's gear. We don't have dies.
Gear mounts pets. That's
Gear
it.
mounts pets. This is another way to reward people. Right? All the customizations for your dragon. So yeah, I think this is this is not an expansion saving feature. I get that. If the content's shit, then it won't matter that you can swoop around in a cool dragon.
Yeah.
But I think about how this interacts with the zone design and all that, and it just seems like a great feature.
So the way I think about this is that World of Warcraft has largely been the same outside of system changes and some obviously lore change, etc. But there's any new gameplay is just a slightly different form of what you're already doing. This and the button hold are the two things that are literally brand new feeling gameplay for World of Warcraft. I would not in a million years have ever actually expected this, nor would I have expected the other thing. I thought they would just keep things the way they're going and just be there until they are dead. That's it. It's you think of other gameplay they've added that may feel vaguely unique, and you think of the Falling Bastion World Quest, where you just fall and that's just you're falling in a direction. Okay, sure, fine. There's Flappy Bird, which is just the tap thing to go up. But now if you have a whole system of gameplay, you could have a Flappy Bird kind of game, but now there's literally gameplay to it. You can now literally actually have fun moving. I think that's the thing that whenever you think of any really good video game or basically the history of video games, one of the most fun things has always been moving different ways, moving in fantastical ways, stuff like Vanquish sliding around the place. It's all the stuff that's really, really cool for people. Titanfall, wall running, jumping, swinging on stuff, grappling hooks. All that stuff is literally it's hard to kind of understand it without playing it. And not to say this is some incredible implementation of it, but literally just you're doing stuff and it's fun. There's loads of different ways to do it. In the same way, you get into a fight in World of Warcraft, and if you're single target, you likely have your single target rotation. There's no variance there. But now you're flying them out. You have another little thing to do. You want to go for a wee spin around? It honestly just adds so much.
Yeah. So awesome. Right. That's really cool.
Yep, indeed.
I guess other things, we don't know too much about this new talent system. We do have one screenshot to go through, which, is kind of what I had
could
up.
definitely dissect this for about 12 years, so maybe let's not. But
well, I think that the core of it here is that there's the things, in this case, it's druid, right? So there's the shit that's going to make you a druid, and then there's the shit that's going to make you your spec of druid.
Yeah, resto druid.
I am very happy at the idea of them splitting these things apart.
Yeah, it's a more, it's for druids specifically, they kind of already had that. So there's a good example for it because druids obviously had their affinity talent.
Yeah.
And then they had the Mighty Bash, Mass Entangle, and Heart of the Wild. So having a lot more kind of individual choice between those makes this way, way, way more sensible. It's hard to think of what they could do for other things, but even looking at that specifically, obviously look at the resto tree. There's a bunch of life bloom stuff. There's doesn't seem to be a huge amount of choice there the way it's laid out, just progression wise. But obviously there's the inner peace icon is grey, but there's Convoke at the end. And the other screenshot we saw, there was Convoke and Incarn were a choice. So that's a kind of interesting. That seems like one of the more what an old talent choice would be. Just Incarn or Convoke. Do you want the 3-minute cooldown or the 1-minute cooldown? Yeah. There you go. But I think it's interesting seeing so much of the stuff at the left because obviously you look at the left hand side there, you see Rake, you see Rip. You see a bunch of feral abilities. On the right-hand side, you see a bunch of boomkin abilities, even moonkin forms there. So you can kind of see how it's oh, you want to go down one way or the other.
Yeah.
And I think that's a lot nicer overall than just I press the affinity that gives me what I want. Especially because you see, I'm trying to look for it there. Is it? Actually, that's a very good point. This person specifically, this talent tree is talented a little bit into bear abilities down the left hand side there, but on the right hand side they come back over for Typhoon.
Yeah.
Which I'm fairly if you're a Resto Druid you can't do that. You can't have Typhoon and bear form stuff. But in this system you can, which immediately opens up more freedom.
This is basically giving people something we've wanted for a long ass time, more build options.
Yep.
And I guess too, perhaps it's the case, right, that this right hand side tree, it's going to have its bis for your various scenarios.
Yeah, of course it will.
But perhaps the dividing of this means there can be more freedom in the left hand side of the tree.
Yeah,
I think Druids where you'll see that like the most obviously, I guess.
That's probably why they did that.
But I just think there's so many more options they have as designers here. I think they certainly, if they're going to have an ability to put loads of fan favorites into these trees, and if they balance them right, you could be able to have a lot of things that we've lost. Thinking about this, and it also seems like this is the sort of thing that they can add to, like a little bit more readily.
Maybe instead of adding straight down like they used to do, they might add wide.
Yeah.
Which would be more interesting because, as an example, obviously it helps that I'm fucking playing Resto Druid in this example they chose.
This is dead handy.
Yeah, so I'm looking at stuff like there's Heart of the Wild. I assume it's Heart of the Wild in the middle, unselected in that tree. Then you see, at the bottom of that Heart of the Wild, over to the right, there's an Innervate buff. And then over to the left, there's what looks like Inner Peace and Survival Instincts. So you kind of see there's a lot of kind of different stuff going on there where for a lot of people, like pulling that away is going to be a problem. But the idea of choosing between Innervate or Heart of the Wild in terms of maybe not like having access to them, but I suppose actually Innervate's, you definitely have Innervate because it's over there on the right-hand side as well. But choosing between what you're going to buff and make more useful versus have it or don't have it, I think adds so much more. Like, I mean, having Innervate, but you have it less, but you have Heart of the Wild as well, then all of a sudden you're kind of, okay, well, this fight doesn't need much healing, so we'll pull away from Innervate because we don't need the mana. We'll pump it into damage through Heart of the Wild, and I'm up the Boomkin tree, so I can Moonkin Heart of the Wild. Stuff like that seems a lot more compelling when you have all of this going on.
Yeah, and it really seems like they're just trying to be less fictitious.
Yeah.
Which, that's a really good thing. Another thing, too, I guess, is there's some to talk about what they didn't say, but there's also some to talk about what they did say at the very start.
Mm-hmm.
If you read in between the lines or even directly what he said, quite an admission of things not going ideal for me in at the start, I think.
Not exactly in the way I think would have been necessary, which is
yes, definitely.
Listen, everyone, we have really screwed the pooch on this one. We're very sorry. He was never going to say that.
No.
But at the same time, he's like, that didn't go so well. You're like, yep.
Yep.
At least you're openly admitting it instead of the whole, this is the plan all along. We only had 2 patches planned. Ignore everything in the data mine. Ignore everything that we've talked about. This was the plan.
Yeah.
None of that. Basically, they're trying to stop gaslighting us.
Yeah.
Which is a decent first step for solving community issues.
Yeah, and I think what Ian said, which seemed to be a lot more, it's like a tacit admission of Shadowlands being a very big fucking spaghetti of mistakes.
Yeah.
What they didn't talk about was a new borrowed power system or a thing like that. And maybe that's making me think like maybe there isn't one. Also, this was a decently sparse showing overall. There was no sort of big deep dive, which maybe thinks, we're a little bit earlier on in the process here.
For sure.
But they didn't have a big new borrowed power system. And as much as, get your artifact weapon, become the High Lord of your Order Hall, do all that. That can be exciting as, for an announcement or a reveal. It will make people think, oh, big new feature, reason to come back. But those things have ended up having such a cost as time has went on, right? That, I suppose I just wonder the void that they leave, what's it going to look like?
Well,
how will it feel?
There's, I guess there's kind of 2 reads on that. There's one, the void is there because they haven't decided, or it'd be too controversial. It's kind of like the big changes side of that. There's the also side of, well, which players are we losing? A lot of them, of course, but we're not losing players that are like super engaged in M+, which means we're announcing to players that we're making the expansion. should we spend 20 minutes saying, here's Mythic Plus, here's the changes we're making to affixes, here's some of the gearing process. We're going to give you more Valor substantially than last time. Valor's going to buy new stuff. Even if they were planning that, there's no point in saying it because people who play Mythic Plus will play Mythic Plus. So a lot of this is just the void is either stuff that's going to change the same. I assume it's going to change largely or stay largely the same. And it's just they didn't mention it because they know those players are like, I don't want to say locked in, but they're the players, they have the kind of, they have enough faith to enjoy the game.
Yeah.
Whereas this one is like, we're sorry, we have no content for you for the past however many years. Please come back. Our flying is fun, and we've got a new class that looks different and cool. We finally added range DPS. Sorry about the wait. Also, the UI is good. You don't need 47 add-ons anymore. Please come back. Talents are back. You wanted them back. Obviously, I'm framing that as desperation when it's very much just like a very clear step taken. But yeah, honestly, I think it's like, oh yeah, that's another point. They didn't announce pre-orders today.
They did not announce pre-orders, and that's interesting because
huge.
They actually, I think they already have all the pre-order files in the game.
It like everyone was assuming this was going to be, it's out, someday, Q1 2023. Please pre-order now for your stuff. But either they didn't have it ready in the end, or they just went, someone high up went, if we ask for pre-orders, we're asking them for money. We don't want to ask them for money. We want to ask them for their attention and their time. We'll earn the money later.
Yeah.
And that's definitely something they need to do.
Yeah. So, man, I'm just trying to parse through things. So
it's the fun thing of there's, you can talk about everything they talked about, and you can talk about everything they didn't talk about, and that's just, you can talk about everything.
Yeah. So I suppose, for one thing, let's just take a dive into this website, see if there's anything. So
go for it.
There's our key art for the expansion, Dragon Isles Awaken, using a new font to what they usually use, but I don't think people will care too much about that.
Huge, big, massive.
Maybe there's going to be some stuff to look at in that trailer if Tyr made that place. All right.
Yeah.
So
is that not him dead at the top or asleep at the top or unawakened at the top? Which means, look at that. We have a dungeon where we go into the Tyr hold and awaken Tyr.
That could be cool. And Tyr's cool. I don't know if you probably don't
cool.
know the lore, but Tyr's cool.
People haven't read Dawn of the Aspects, which means if they do Galakron here, please go deal with Galakron in the bronze stuff so we can go back in time and do the Dawn of the Aspects ourselves instead of having to read it. I know you guys re-released it as an audiobook recently, but
yeah. I guess that was even a hint.
Yeah.
They do an audiobook of the dragon stuff.
Sure.
So as we go in here then, so you've got your humanoid visage, you've got your draconic form, which I guess is going to be in combat a little bit like the Worgen.
That's a bit disappointing.
But looking through this, so you are going to have a form where you can fully see your Tyr. And it's certainly going to be a decent bit of work, mapping all of the stuff onto the dragon form. So that's...
it looks like they're not.
Well, I guess they are and they aren't.
The colors are there, but, because that's the set they're wearing anyway, it's hard to tell if that's different armor or not. I suppose we'll see in a couple of different bits of footage or whatever else, but yeah.
Yeah, okay, so then choose between Alliance and Horde. Then they have their own intro experience, and they're a hero class. So I think after the intro experience, you can go straight into Dragonflight, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The two different specs. I want to see more stuff. And also see this, charge up your attacks and unleash them at the right moment to maximize their effects.
Right, see,
and if you look here,
yeah,
there's 3 different stages for Dream Breath.
Right moment is very, very different to hold it until completion.
Yeah.
That is a substantial difference in how you actually play a game. Although I do I obviously don't play the game at a very high level, but I kind of think it a lot of that way. And my brain's on fire because I immediately imagined a world where, the middle segment of that, in terms of time for the amount of, the amount of time you're putting in for damage output, that it's technically going to be better to instant cancel as soon as you get into the second because your GCD will reset faster, you can play more. And that's a skill cap and a skill ceiling improvement and also a little bit degenerate. But that's the adventure I went on in my head as soon as I saw that. I was like, oh no, where are people going to abuse this?
Yeah, but some of that stuff is fun.
Yeah, exactly. That's the stuff where if that was really clearly defined, and instead of that happening naturally, Well, yeah. I guess instead of that happening by people breaking the game, they just went, okay, here's the bit where as soon as it hits this, you want to let go within like a whatever 0.25 second window. That's gameplay. And that's a hell of a lot better than pressing the flashy button that shows up on your UI.
Yeah, it just broadens their design space. So that's awesome.
Sweet spot. Yeah, that's the term. Yeah.
As we go through here, we've got Become a Dragon Rider, and they have little previews here. Oh, wee! Okay, yeah, so I guess for the dragon riding feature then, here they have a few different, I'll see if I can zoom out on this side a little bit. There we go. So we've got some different styles. In this case, it's like proto-drakes. That's more of a wyvern. It's not wyvern style. Yeah, no, because there's all the different types of... I know the dragon people on Twitter are very serious about what kind of dragon should be, and they compare Smaug in the different Hobbit movies, and you're like, he's gained 2 feet in that one. Anyway, and I guess there's, more of a traditional dragon, so plenty of different types.
And also, there are millions of possible combinations to choose from.
Okay, so master the art of dragon riding, new form of aerial movement, explore the land, and obtain 4 new Dragon Isles drakes. Unique, customizable mounts that can truly be made your own, with millions of possible combinations to choose from. So that's probably going to mean a lot of colors, a lot of individual variation on the model. So that's really cool. What do we got here? Okay. Use your new riding abilities to keep yourself and your drake in the air, but beware, the denizens of the Dragon Isles will knock you out of the sky.
Oh my god.
Hopefully they make that fun still.
They teased this.
Zareth Mortis?
This happened in Zareth Mortis every time you went around the sand bit, and it was really annoying, except I'm a druid, so I can hit travel form again.
Yeah, well, hopefully they're going to design the gameplay around it this time. So, special moves. As you grow in skill, you and your drake will master new maneuvers, fight against exhaustion and the pull of the earth, and soar
gravity.
above. Talented Rider. Continue to improve at max level by hunting down ancient glyphs and advancing your new dragon riding skill tree.
No.
So within this feature, they've got their own set of progression and things. Okay, that's good. That's getting gameplay out of this.
That's what we call horizontal progression.
Oh
and
my
that's the
God.
only thing World of Warcraft. That's one of the many things World of Warcraft hasn't had. But I also okay. I'm going to play a certain role. While we're talking about this, I'm going to play. You could call it Devil in the Shoulder, or you could call it Cynical, Hateful Bastard. Up to you. Talented Rider. So if you have to go and hunt down an ancient glyph, that'll make you go slightly faster. That's putting power behind bullshit, Michael. That's player power. Getting to raid faster is player power. That's efficiency.
That's it. I therefore think that we should actually remove the world from World of Warcraft.
This system is unfair and should be removed now.
It should be called Warlo Warcar, and it's just a menu. Yeah. And actually, it's even better. You access it using the WoW companion app.
Fantastic.
It ties into your computer, and you just click, I want a dungeon, please. And you instantly are teleported to the dungeon.
Basically,
And thankfully, finally, the thing that all of the hyper-optimizing players have always wanted, there's no world. There's nothing to do in the game.
No craft.
There's no craft.
It's just of war.
It's the game is now called Of War. It's called Instances of War. That's it.
Yep, perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's the sort of thing where, you can kind of reduce things to the point of absurdity, but you need to have a journey in your game. You need to have it be big and feel like an MMO, feel like a big world.
And okay, maybe this is a bit too. I don't care. I don't care if it's inflammatory. If you heard what I said and kind of thought, maybe that's a good point. Whatever part of you thought that, kill it because it's useless and it's stopping you from having fun.
Yeah, yeah. It's like, what do you want? I'm trying to bring in some Elden Ring thing, but there's just some of the way that sometimes games are thought about on the internet that's like would make a good design impossible.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like, no, I'm not even going to get it. I'll be here for like hours. But there's so much of stuff is like, go in with your thoughts empty, head empty, beginner's mind, try it out in beta and see how you feel. As opposed to having a load of preconceptions and like conceived notions of how it's going to be shit ahead of time. Because even I'm sitting thinking, how the hell have they got this to work on the engine? That's probably going to be really janky. But if it's fun, who gives a shit?
I'd say it's like, if you look at this and your response is, oh, so that's not flying, I can't use the mount I already have that basically moves around at 310% speed and has no clip and, there's no skill to flying it, there's no gameplay. And if you think this is a downgrade, you've got to remember what a video game is again.
Yeah.
Because you may have hyper optimized and streamlined the actual game bit of a video game out of your playing experience. Which I think is some of the danger that action RPG style thinking can have when it's applied to other genres, where people get hyper fixated on like the efficiency and the speed and all of that. And, you actually miss out on the toy. And that's the thing. All of the best games, they often start with the toy, and the toy is just a really fun element.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Now, there's also more things. So once you reach maximum level, yeah, Vaden, MMO gamers will optimize the fun out of everything. That's totally true.
That's that's actually a good point. It was Raf Koster who said that. I believe that was Ultima Online designer.
Ah.
So, yeah.
Yeah. So more customization. Once you reach maximum level, you can conquer additional challenges all over the Dragon Isles to unlock even more customization options for your Drake. More challenges. Does that mean fights? Does that mean races? Like, what does that mean? Well, it means different forms of gameplay and shit to do.
Yeah, I mean...
That's good.
Yeah, so, I mean, I guess Zereth Mortis being like you could almost... No, I mean, this is connecting dots where maybe the dots shouldn't be connected, but there's a lot of stuff in Zereth Mortis that felt very new for World of Warcraft, and I can't help but wonder if a lot of like the jumping puzzle kind of oriented stuff, and maybe, well, no, I suppose the puzzles were from like Nazjatar and stuff, but I wonder if a little bit of that isn't just coming from them, because obviously they've been working on Dragonflight. There's no way they're like, right, 9.2 is done, we'll start working on Dragonflight. They clearly have been like thinking about it and doing it, so I wonder if a little bit of that didn't bleed back in. As kind of, how will players respond to this kind of stuff? Should we do a lot of it? Because, I mean, obviously, like, the mechanics of movement, obviously, Door Shadows broke it all, whatever, but there's definitely rooms there for, like, yeah, some of that Zereth Mortis content was cool. Would it be cooler with a little bit more gameplay attached, and the gameplay is flying this mount? Sure. Fucking sure.
Yeah, this can actually mean that the gameplay bit of exploration, that could actually be fun, which... Yeah, it would certainly be nice. So I guess moving on then, there's some talk here of the actual isles themselves, where, we got Waking Shores, which is where we arrive to help the Reds. Kind of like these nice, more vibrant colors. Rathian will call upon Azeroth's champions to help him reclaim the Black Dragonflight Citadel from enemy hands, which I guess is going to be like the big angry ogre people. Then for this next one, we've got the Maruk Centaur tribes who forged a bond with the Green Dragonflight, but since the death of Ysera, the Greens have an uncertain future, so we could be getting, some more lore there. That's nice. Is there a span? This kind of looks like my place. So the Blues, right, okay, this is where we've got coastal Tuskar villages through a sprawling forest tundra, all the way to looming spires of ice and snow. Tribes of gnolls and furbolgs call these ancient lands home. So we've got classic Warcraft, races, classic Warcraft vibes. I think they're probably trying to make this like elicit those Wrath vibes, which certainly going to be that's a good idea. Thaldrassus. Seat of power of the aspects in their flights, stands a shining beacon of the Dragon's Kingdom. It is also here that the Baron's Dragonflight watches over the timeways, ensuring both the past and future of Azeroth remain secure. Okay, so that means there's bronze content. There's bronze content to do with time, so they could go in any direction with that one.
Yeah, I would love to be like, oh, what could they possibly do? I'm just like, please, just as much as possible. As much as possible. Yeah, and then Forbidden Reach. So, Forbidden Reach was fashioned by Neltharion, the Earth Warder, to serve as a training ground for his ultimate soldiers, the Drakthir. From the aftermath of a terrible battle, the island has lain dormant and abandoned for ages until the return of an ancient enemy causes the Drakthir to stir. Thus being the start of our new race. So it is interesting then, all that Kel'Thuzad, Lordaeron stuff. Yeah. Maybe it went nowhere. Maybe it just hasn't been revealed yet because there are big questions we've had, like that seed, the Winter Queen's gift that Taronda has an animation for holding, which we're thinking could be renewing, some of the Night Elf lands and holdings after all their bullshit. So we know that something's brewing there, but it hasn't been talked about at all. Yeah, well, honestly, that's the thing where, in the void of information, people make up their own results or come to their own conclusions based on like existing evidence. And I think I would really like them to tell us when they're going to do that. Obviously, now is not exactly the right context, but it's the kind of thing of just, please tell us it's going to be 10.1 or tell us it's going to be 9.2.5. Don't leave us in the dark. Otherwise, we'll assume you've shelved it and have kicked it down the road. But ultimately speaking, it's like, I didn't expect too much. Well, okay, I did expect that, but that was when the expectation of this being a longer show overall, which they would talk about like Classic or Wrath Classic a little bit more than just kind of, it's happening. Here's a really, we just destroyed the trailer. Sorry about that. I generally felt that way, but I think it's just, yeah, we'll get to that stuff eventually. I hope.
Actually, that's another thing. There's no gameplay trailer.
Yeah.
So this is, look, I'm expecting Q1 2023. We can talk a little bit about that in a bit.
Q1 if we're lucky, I think.
Yeah, so as we go through here then, discover new ways to play. We've already talked about the talents. For professions and crafting, I think that's where we have very interesting things going on. So if we look here, we've got Dragon Isles blacksmithing. Okay, so if we look, that's just various different bits of armor. Also tools, some unlearned things.
Mac OS coming in strong there.
Oh yeah, this is great on Safari and Mac. You can just copy text like it's text in an image. It's a deadly little feature.
OCR.
Okay, right. So we've got the optional reagents being back. I guess this is some of our crafting stuff. So we've got resourcefulness and we've got inspiration. I imagine this is going to be maybe how much materials you need or use. Maybe this is like your
craftsmanship and control.
FF14. And I can certainly say you were actually in the room whenever I tried the FF14 crafting for the first time, and I had a reaction.
Yeah, I mean,
it was cool.
Obviously, it certainly has some concerns at late game where it boils down to just solve a problem, but ultimately it's really cool. It's really cool. It makes crafting feel so much different, so much better. HQ high quality gear, high quality items, stuff like that. But I mean, if that adds a progression and stops, as it exists, stops crafting and gathering from being fly in circles, click thing, and just nothing else to it, then I think that's great. Especially if, depends on how they figure out getting HQ or materials. But here's the one of the first things I think is bots could be actually destroyed if you have a ton of interesting progression.
That's true.
To gathering. So if you go, okay, well, rank 1 materials aren't worth shit. Rank 2, okay, rank 3, worth a lot. How do you get them? A lot of progress. And if they make the progress interesting enough and not like take enough time, raw time, but if you have to actually play it, then that kills here's a very basic, here's 20 druids mining this place completely, like strip mining the entire world. That won't happen quite as handy. If, you have this, people have to actually engage. And yeah, Mats did have qualities in the screenshot. They could still kind of wreck the market a little bit, but it's their impact at the high level or the higher quality could be possibly reduced. And I feel like if you're doing a profession revamp at Blizzard and you're not thinking about bots, then you're not doing your job. So I have a funny feeling they definitely did go, well, how can we make this how can we stop the problems that exist?
Yeah, it's
and that's definitely one of them.
The more of a game it is, the harder it is to bot.
Yeah.
In a way. So that's cool. And I guess another thing too is Blizzard's ability to create progression and rewards for players and things like that.
Yeah.
You have gear, right? You can have different pickaxes, backpacks, stuff like that. I mean, what's that going to mean? Is that going to mean that you have a reagent bag by default that's just attached to your profession? I don't know. But it certainly could be the case. We have resourcefulness and inspiration. If those are stats on gear, then how is the gear going to work? That's all, that just opens up the design space to just be a hell of a lot more interesting than what we've had. So that seems pretty great. For the other thing then, we've got the new World of Warcraft UI, which I think, man, are there any other screenshots of this that are inside the press kit?
No.
Okay, gotcha. Well, so from what we can see here, I'll grab this image out on its own. Is there... no, they don't have any other things. Okay. Right, well, unless the media gallery? So just want to see if there's a few more examples that we have to go through, and there kind of isn't. Well, What we did see is that all of these elements are movable. So that's the first thing.
Yeah.
If I look here, certainly that is modernized.
It's way more readable immediately.
Yeah.
Like,
Now it did seem like you can have the old stuff if you like it. They seem to be pretty clear about that.
I don't completely remember, but yeah.
Hopefully. Then these, we saw that those were movable. I think we also saw that the optional art there's a horde version of that if you want it, and it's also toggleable, so a little bit of bartenderiness built in.
I wonder, is there anything, but that's a new class. Is there anything to glean from it?
Just abilities we don't understand. Looking over here, way more modern mini-map. Great.
Yeah.
And
bigger
just some
too.
sort of like nice icons here as well.
Yeah.
So, I think that's all quite good. I wonder
Hang
what
on,
the
is
bag UI looks like.
Yeah.
I wish that was clicked.
Hang on a second. I'm literally looking at these abilities like, is that the sprint ability? Burning, yeah, a lot of stuff. Some new, some old. Sorry, distracting.
So we've got that. And the other features then. Level cap, 70 for new talents and all of that. We've got new dungeons, of course. Fight to reclaim Nethralis, Stronghold of the Black Dragonflight. New Ultiman dungeon.
Yep.
Defend the life pools, the Red Dragonflight, and more. So, probably the usual. For the new raid, Ancient Prison of the Primal Incarnates before their malevolent power can be unleashed against the dragon aspects. I guess that's interesting. I wonder, is that giving us our evolution link? Because according to Chronicle, the dragons kind of are descended from the elementals, which of course ties into that art there.
Yeah, they're the proto dragon leaders called.
They look
dragon leaders.
They look really cool.
Yeah. Oh, the rock held together by lightning.
Yeah, nice.
There was something there that I thought was interesting. What was it? It was, yes, the fact that they're actually dealing with primal incarnates implies that they're going to have a new spin on elemental stuff, which obviously means a lot of things for shamans potentially, but also importantly, it could, importantly from a lore perspective, they could be finally settling down to go, okay, what's all that spirit shit about? What's that about Azeroth, sucking up all the spirits so the elements kind of lost their marbles? If the dragons were given the orders to protect Azeroth, then they would have to deal with elementals in that way. So I think that's there's a lot of basically what I'm saying is there's a lot of really cool lore they can get into, and a lot of cool direction that would impact a bunch of existing stuff. Because obviously, a shaman going, there's a new aspect to the elements that we're not really sure about. Okay, can we talk to them? Can we figure out what's going on? What's happening here? All that stuff would be great. Also, the evolution link. If they're proto dragons and they have leaders, then what does that say about the proto-dragon leaders that became the aspects as opposed to just the proto-drakes? Lots of interesting stuff.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of things, that's most of what Blizzard actually covered, isn't it?
Yeah, there's not really a whole bunch else.
We've got the announced cinematic, and then, there's the 1 hour long stream with all of the different...
There's some advertisements for you.
All the different bits. It'll be interesting to see, if we actually hear what a Wrath, Classic Plus would look like, if that is going to happen.
There's a decent chance that, in terms of Towley, there's a decent chance that was him kind of hearing what they're planning, as opposed to hearing what they're announcing.
Yeah, very true.
Indeed.
Very true. I guess, kind of looking through that.
Yeah, I was thinking about the bingo. Bingo was so far off, it's unbelievable. There's so little, but then this took a different kind of...
we were expecting a full BlizzCon sort of style.
BlizzCon presentation, as opposed to their kind of almost roundtable-y scripted bits, which certainly felt a little bit different.
So I think if I do this, I should be able to open up the little markup tool.
I'll
give me a squiggly
obscure
line.
this in case something goes wrong. Do the new talent trees mean full class revamps? So based on what I saw of the Druid one, there's very, everything that exists was there, largely speaking. I can't imagine it means major revamps, but I mean, obviously it means very different stuff. They could repackage a bunch of the talents, but I definitely think there'll be fairly substantial changes in terms of how you engage with them, if not their core abilities. I don't think they have the capacity to... actually, no, that's a good point. I really, really need to see if they've added that hold mechanic to other class
Yeah,
and stuff.
big.
Because if I don't get to do that without playing an evoker, I will be furious.
Bingo. Okay. Aspect power.
Nope.
No mention. Meaningful choice.
Nope.
Kind of technically. New race.
No, what was the meaningful choice?
More just be some of how they were positioning the talents, but yeah.
Yeah, fair.
No new BG.
Yeah.
True. There was not one.
Yeah.
Night Elf Home. Didn't get that. There is data mining suggesting
Yep.
it, but
Well,
we didn't get it.
yeah.
Borrowed power. We didn't get that.
Yeah.
Change in how we saw the dragons.
That's with the proto dragon stuff and the dragons. Oh well, actually, yeah, with
Dragon Empires.
with the dragons knowing about that and not fucking telling anyone. Yes.
Yep. What sword? No.
Nope.
No mention of. Wait.
Which-
no
yeah,
mention of
yeah.
the sword means we got
Yeah.
no. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. We got that. Alt friendliness. Not a mention of it.
Not at all. No.
Clap for. I think. Clap for past being bad. We could sort of do that with Ian.
So I would say no, just because I think the way it was positioned, it was very much. It wasn't like a "Hey, we did it! Please clap, everyone." Obviously, that doesn't work in that scenario.
That would be
but-
impossible because there isn't a live crowd.
Yeah. So I don't.
I think I would. I think I would put it in because I think it was like in the essence of what he was saying.
Okay, fair.
Start of a new chapter. Nope.
No, didn't say it at all.
Galacrond.
No, nothing at all.
Listening to player feedback. That was
Free space.
that was a free space.
Yeah.
A more grounded story. Like I think yes, in essence, they talked about returning.
Oh, they
to their
literally
roots.
said grounded. Yeah.
Oh, they also did say that. Okay.
Literally said grounded.
I'm going to give it flying at the start because it is quite literally
Yes.
you are flying at the
Yes.
start.
Yeah, for sure.
None of that.
Yeah, I mean, they showed Galacrond art, but they didn't. I suppose that's the point. Did they say Galacrond or did they? What was the meaning?
They did show Galacrond in the art.
So I was thinking more Galacrond being positioned as part of the story, but I guess if that's implicit, then you know what? Fair enough.
he
You
has
win.
to be
You win
there.
this round. Yep. Oh, this is close.
Player agency.
I kind of falls under.
Now more
Actually, with talents, yeah, I'd
Yeah,
say
okay.
talents definitely got that. Yeah.
more character customization is interesting because I think we do have that in talents and
No,
So
because
it's
I
just-
know I assumed that was more character customizations in. Hey, you can have different haircuts, which is
Okay,
only for the
okay.
new race. So I would say that doesn't count.
renewal.
Nope.
Nope.
No mention of old story.
Old
as well.
zone. Nope.
Nope.
Housing. Nope.
Nope. Obviously not.
Chromatus?
I would say that's
No.
no because me going the Drakthir have all 5 aspects. That must be a Chromatus link. That's not.
Well, they have all 5 aspects, and they were created by Deathwing.
yeah.
Whereas
Well, it's not
Chromatus was so it's different. Profession rework, we definitely got that.
We got that in a way we didn't expect.
Talent. Oh.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus! Changed tool. Help. Talent tree.
Oh, yep.
We fucking got that.
Yep.
Of knowledge leaks, we have
We've
that.
got bingo. We've got bingo.
Bingo, motherfuckers!
Wait, no, we don't. We don't because Chromatus. Or do you count Chromatus or not?
Oh no, I just gave that a squiggly.
Okay, I just saw the red and thought you were counting it. Okay, we don't have bingo, but almost very close.
Yeah.
Oh, Alexa said they started with new chapter right off the bat. Did they?
Well, that's enough for me. Where's new chapter?
Yep, bingo. Bingo down the middle.
We got a bingo. We got a fucking bingo.
Yeah.
Oh, and look at this. So a potential bingo, an actual bingo, another that was a good fucking bingo.
We're good at making bingos.
All right. I think
Sorry.
we should turn the channels off and get into the bingo game.
When I said we, I did in fact mean we, because chat helped us make the bingo. Thank you. Great job.
Okay, we can all be bingo consultants if the whole Warcraft thing doesn't pan out.
Oh, we will just be swimming in old people money. It'll be incredible.
Oh, okay. Tell you what, I actually should I should save that. You know what? Actually, I'm going to post that on Twitter.
Yeah. I will move the screen away from you so you don't dox yourself. No, it's not doxing yourself. It'd be doxing other people, I guess. But yeah, no. Yeah. Good job, everyone. We did
Yeah.
it. We did it. We successfully made an interesting bingo that we didn't follow along with because it was too fast paced, but also sweet.
Yeah, it was
Excellent.
really fast paced. Certainly, it'll
Yeah.
mean our React content won't be as super yum, but that was it was speedy.
Indeed.
Wow. Fucking
Well
hell, we
done.
know where we're going. Okay, another thing to talk about then, Matt, is timelines. What can people actually expect?
Q7 2028. That's it. Okay. It's weird because I don't know what to think because almost certainly not going to be 2022. No chance in hell. They're starting beta with an entire new gameplay system, an entirely new flying stuff. Starting that in like late April, May at the very earliest seems intense to me. Like it's not going to be the case. So I guess fundamentally that means we're earliest Q1 2023.
I agree.
And if I'm going to be really hateful about it, Q1 2023 gets to the end of the year. They earn a load of brownie points by announcing a 3-month delay. So it's Q2 2023. But maybe
yeah, yeah. Because like even early April would be, you know, it would be a tiny bit, but it would be into Q2.
Yeah.
So I think Wrath will get in September. Sunwell testing has just finished, I think.
Yeah, it was fired on PTR last week.
So that, okay, yeah. So Sunwell's pretty soon. There's all the timing they need for Wrath. Yeah. So I think that's basically going to be it. Of course, in May, we're going to learn about the Warcraft mobile game. So, you know.
Yeah, let's go.
We'll have to see how that goes.
Oh, it's going to be a fucking Flappy Bird with the new dragon ride mechanics from this.
Whoa. Okay, so for some of the things, let's we sort of take a look through. We get our kind of, there we go.
Good luck getting any of this to load. The press set's being hammered.
Yeah, it is. I'm going to go to the 1080p versions of all of this.
Yep.
Maybe get a little bit more luck. So, yeah, I mean, hey, looks like Warcraft. Also looks particularly nice. I think it's shit like this that I've really missed. It was like that little bit of Culturast look like this I liked. So
yeah, I mean, that's the thing where, like, again, this all looks natural, which is such a difference coming from Shadowlands where everything was, by design, unnatural. It's like, oh, yeah, look at that. We've got some shit that you can see outside. Perfect.
Yeah, and I wonder, like, because some of these Centaur are like are allied to us. Is that going to be a rep? Like, I kind of wonder.
Almost certainly. I imagine we'll get rep for everyone. Tuskar, Gnolls, maybe not the dragons or giants. Sorry, giants.
Hello.
Maybe.
Hello. Web zone. Hello.
Web zone says no.
Yes, web zone broke.
It's
so we got these giant dudes, which they have these like really highly. That's the 4K version. That will take years to load.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we got these dudes with like their very, very high saturation, like tattoos. I saw there was one like a magma thing. One of them was casting, and like the ball of magma looked, or lava, whatever, looked really cool.
Yeah.
So moving on, here's the Caldera of Menders. Kind of looks like a bit Azuna-ish.
For sure.
In and around here. Froststone Vault. What if that sounds like a dungeon? New model for Caligos. He also got a new human model that we saw briefly too.
Yep.
Yeah, you know, it makes me think they're going to have another marketing beat for this expansion that's going to contain the gameplay trailer. Because, like, that's the big difference. We did not get a gameplay trailer this time around.
I wonder if there's maybe just a couple features they haven't announced or haven't superset and done that they want to do. Not like major features, but like something a little bit there. Just to go, yeah, here's, we didn't tell you everything. Here's something else that's cool and new.
Yeah, wouldn't be surprised. I like to, this is very Wrath Titans. This is Wrath of the Lich King Titan.
Yeah, as
vibes.
opposed to fucking BFA Titan.
Yeah, like hyper techie Titan stuff. I mean, come on, Tuskar being back. This is good. Hey, what's that? Okay,
Never mind.
Zooming in on this website is a terrible idea, but there's a new type of creature. I'm wondering if that therefore is going to be a man. See that thing?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's a really interesting looking beast.
Look at that, mate.
Yeah, very good. More Tusk. Oh, right. So that's like a big otter. That is good. I really like aquatic mammals. So, yes, happy days. And I like Tuskar. I love this place.
Definitely. I mean, I'm biased because I'm like, 1,000 needles.
Yeah,
Fantastic.
I get a bit of that too. Yeah, and also it looks like a fun place for the new dragon flying mechanics.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You can bonk your head off the things and die.
Yeah. And here's
Ruby
the Ruby
Life Shrine.
Life Shrine to finish it off. All right, so there's some of the in-game screenshots. We've got some stills from the cinematic. I think just giving us some scale. I'm not really sure if there's...
Nah, I looked through
much
them
to
for
pixel
like
peep.
tier, but nah.
Like for sure, all of this like Titan tech looked so cool.
Yeah, it definitely made it a lot more primitive-y than like the likes of what we got in Zereth Mortis and the
thank
likes of what
God,
the Heart of Azeroth looked like. Very much kind of, it's all magma and lava and shit pumping up. You're like, cool, sweet.
Yeah, okay, so here's like one bit of concept art for the whole continent. Maybe gives us, I don't know, a little bit of the place's shape. Come on, load, please. Please, it's 5 megabytes.
Yep, it's all broken up. Clouds and shit.
Very nice. So what's this? Dragonflight Earth Elemental Golem.
Which is pretty metal looking.
Pretty big dude. And also, like these guys,
yep,
same vibes. The new tier set, same vibes. So I think that's really what our first tier is going to be. And then, yeah, of course, we've already looked into this, but the new raid tier set looks really cool. For some other things then, we of course have the a GIF of, oh, website's broken again. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the dancing.
Yeah, we got our dancing GIF.
Very important. I'm sure.
All right, some of our full forms for these guys. Like the color variation. I think the like more like black and gray colors are probably the. I mean, I guess they're the more edgy looking ones, or maybe that's why I like it. Who knows?
Yeah.
I wonder what like face shape differentiation we're going to have. I like the faces though. They don't just look like human faces. They look like beasts.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a certain sub community of people who very, very much enjoy the amount of love that's went into that.
Yeah, and then I guess sort of customize your human visage.
Yep.
As well.
Visage.
Which actually, hey, like between all the different head pieces and horns and stuff, I'm sure there's like quite a lot going on there.
Yeah, those faces are interesting as well.
Yeah, and then of course they can fly about the place.
Yeah.
So Drakthir looking pretty cool. Anything else? Oh, just a walk and a that.
And the fact sheet, which I've copied and pasted all the fact sheet stuff into the Notion page there. But there's nothing particularly new in it. It's all just, and here's the stuff we talked about. Fantastic.
Let's see, what do people think here? Oh, they did comment on alt play.
Oh. This is a problem with it going so fast. Like, there's literally stuff we'll have to go back and watch like the whole thing again and kind of break down word by word to see what actually happened. Because there's definitely stuff that was missed out. For sure.
Yeah. Did you hear the part where Ian literally used "we're the curators of an experience" line practically word for word? I screamed at that.
Oh, yeah.
Did he? Cool, I guess.
Yeah, he did say that, yeah. He said that the curators were, yeah.
Yeah, well, I like them feeling.
Tier sets being borrowed power is an interesting one. Because that's technically true, but then would have borrowed power since day one. So I'm happy to say that's an exception because it's tier sets, and if we start tarring everything with the same brush, we'll have no game left.
Yeah, like when we say that, we mean like a bolt-on system.
Yeah,
it's like just welded on. Yeah, kind of welded onto the Warcraft experience. I guess in terms, yeah. So Sam's happy. Oh, interesting. Oh, so here's something that Ian saw. Now this is what could be fun, and you know what, Matt? Go off my screen just because it's going to VG.
Yeah,
and you know, do we want to be destroyed? Okay, you know what? We can go back to me now. So here's something that Ian saw. This is Saturday the 16th. Dragonflight, new race Drakthir, new Invoker class, 5 zones, rework talents.
Yeah.
Dragonflight Covenant, no player. Yeah, so this is something we heard in multiple leaks that basically the Dragonflights will kind of be there as like humongous reps that you kind of side up with. There's no player power like the Covenants, but I guess that's something that's going to just be a vehicle for a fuckload of story and stuff like that. So that could be good. New allied race pre-order bonus. We heard nothing about that. But if this was posted on the 16th of April and it got all this shit right,
I mean, obviously there is the chance that someone knows and ad-libbed stuff on top. But generally speaking, there's no reason not to believe that until we see information otherwise. Especially the fact they didn't announce pre-order is interesting. I wonder if that was a very last minute change.
Potentially, because they seemingly had all the stuff in game to do that if they really wanted to.
Yeah,
Villainous Morazond. Release Q1, that makes sense as a target. The other thing to remember is, as much as they say Shadowlands was always supposed to be 2 major patches, that is not the norm for a Warcraft expansion. I think it would make a hell of a lot of sense if it did have a cut patch, and that's meant that by this point in time, quite a lot of work has went into this expansion, which is a bit like what happened with Legion because WoD was cut short. Main villain, though, apparently Morazond.
Makes sense. They wanted to avoid any like actual talk of a main villain, because that would be like, here's the big threat that's looming. Instead, they're like, fuck it, you're going to some islands. Here's some dudes, or hang out, maybe kill some stuff, fly a dragon. Sounds cool. But obviously, that like a later beat would have worked some of that more stuff out, and they've got people a little bit more on side. Then they can go, and here we are. It's Murazon's the big villain. Wow, etc., etc.
Yeah, Patrick's
Martin
right.
Sheen back. Yep.
Brian really does look quite badass and dangerous. Don't piss him off.
Yeah.
You know the I have 300 confirmed kills. You know that green post? Or green text even?
Definitely looks it,
yeah. There you go, Chad Halinka.
He definitely looks it.
Yeah. Fun. Interesting. Ducks.
Yep.
Yeah. More Chad energy coming from Blizz.
The whole thing of having the Blizzard gym just kind of seems to work. Like,
the Blizzard gym has some like I don't know, like actual competitive strongman. They have a few of them that use the gym, but then they do some coaching stuff, I heard.
Hell yeah.
So there you go.
Yeah. You too, you can work at Blizzard and be like Kyriakis Grizzly.
Oh,
the bloat lord. Oh dear.
I wish I just had the power to like scream every single
Well, to scream with every rep, you need to be actually lifting like 600 pounds.
That's why he's the bulk lord. He needs lung capacity so he can scream with every rep.
That's it. Anything else happening?
Don't know. Let's see. There's some stuff from Patrick. Our key art tweeted out by Yabara. Ducks, very important feature. Yeah. Yeah, like I mean, overall, I'm feeling pretty hot on things. Like, there's obviously a little bit of disappointment over. Okay, Samaya. Let's go get some high quality content from them. It's always okay. Yeah, so like player housing, I would love that shit. Obviously,
yeah,
all that stuff. That's kind of disappointing. But at least like what I've seen here is I mean, we do not know this because it's not happened yet. But they at least seem to be indicating they're going away from the direction that led to WoW not being just in the direction that lots of us would have wanted. And I think, they spent so little time in Raid, M+, stuff like that. I think that's in a bit of a recognition that people know about Raids, they know about M+, and you kind of mentioned this earlier. This was positioned, I think, to people who had really fallen out of World of Warcraft, the big game experience.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's the thing where this, like, in a whole bunch of ways, this felt like it was very much up my alleyway because, like, literally, fuck it, here's a fun game. This game is now more fun. That's effectively what they're trying to say. They had a bunch of new stuff, actually new stuff, that's not new stuff I ever would have expected in a million years. I would never have expected that, like I said, I wouldn't have expected the flying. I wouldn't have expected the hold button. I wouldn't have expected the profession revamp. None of that. I could never have guessed those, like, wholeheartedly. I would have just been like, no, they're just going to make the same thing and the execution will be sloppy and I'm not going to enjoy it that much. And obviously there's still loads of execution that we still have to wait on because it's not just like, you can ride a dragon and the flying is cool. That means all of the like issues of storytelling in zones are gone. All of that stuff's still there. All of that, like all of the potential issues that we've faced are there. But this is very much a very big new direction for them. And I'm super happy to see it going forward.
Yeah.
In a way I didn't expect to be. I came in here with a decent level of excitement, but also with a massive, massive wad of cynicism, just ready to spew bile over everything. And that part was a little bit shot today, which I really wasn't expecting. Really wasn't.
Yeah, I think it shows that maybe for players like us, it's like the overall fantasy, the overall experience, the overall game is the thing we kind of care about the most. And it's the bit that's, just been left languish. There's definitely a lot of room for content. There's so much we don't know here. And I think another thing, they've trained the WoW audience to really be looking at those back-of-the-box features over, like, just how good is the core game experience. And using artifacts so heavily in marketing. Not artifacts. Legion artifacts.
Yeah.
Same for Azerite. Same for Torghast and Covenants. Like, they've been so used to putting those massive features forward in their marketing that this time around, like, it almost takes you by surprise.
For sure.
And it's just talking about, like, hey, here's the world, here's the cool new shit. Maybe that indicates something good, because I think a lot of those build around features, I guess that's the thing. Where are the build around features? And if we think about World of Warcraft, I think build around features are where they started to go wrong. Like, garrisons didn't really turn out that great as a build around feature, and it seemed like there was sacrifices made for that. And, artifact weapons, they were a fluke. They were a fluke because the next 2 times they tried to regain that energy, they failed. And all of those build around features of the next 2 expansions, BFA and Shadowlands, they made you more restricted. They made the game smaller. So it's that weird thing now of, we have these new talent trees. They're not extracting a whole bunch of gameplay toward unlocking your character. What do they do? And I guess that's something we haven't really talked about. There's no Covenant to get for player power. There's no bing bing wahoo neck piece or Azerite gear or artifact.
That we know of.
Yeah. It seems like their whole focus here is, you get 1 talent point for every level. At level 70, you'll have 70 talent points. Go spend them. And it's like, that seems more alt-friendly. Getting you alt to 70, config it, put some, get it some gear.
Yeah.
Now it's useful.
I guess that's where when you get into the nitty gritty, that's where I'd love to just sit down and okay, well let's literally get all these questions answered before we drum up false hype or be cynical for no reason, because it's like, okay, here's your dragon riding. What does that mean for alts? Does that mean you have to level up all your alts dragon riding skills individually? Is that content or is that a system? That's the kind of thing. It's like, that's kind of the questions where that boils down to how they execute. And that's unfortunately not something we can really talk about until beta happens and we get, our hands on this and then go, right, well, here's how feedback works. Here's what we think. Here's what you should do for this, and kind of narrow that stuff out.
Vanilla also pointing out the profession rework is a very evergreen feature.
Oh yeah, that's exactly the thing where both I imagine they'll keep dragon riding in the future if it works out well. But profession revamp and a new type of combat, and also technically a new class, a new race, those are all features that will live in World of Warcraft forever. The content in I've completely forgot the name of the expansion for a second. Dragonflight, the content in Dragonflight won't be evergreen in terms of like leveling and stories and things like that. But all of this work they are doing will, which is more forethought than they had with Covenants and thing. Obviously, Covenant abilities and stuff. Some of them will live because we saw Convoke in thing, and I think J.B tweeted, no, please. But fuck you, Convoke's good. Sorry, fuck you, Convoke is fun. I enjoy it. So I think there's room for that. So it's kind of some of the borrow power stuff's already creeping its head in, but at least
there's totally got some in this shot. Some of some of the Return of the King, right?
Yeah, I was about to say big Lord of the Ring vibes.
Which that's fun. Roar. Yeah, evergreen stuff that actually builds the game out. That's like, it's about time. Yeah. About time. It's funny, how much work do they put into all of this? That, the Shadowlands equivalent of that work dies with Shadowlands. Because I guess it is true that, unlocking all those Covenant stuff, that'll all be in the game. But just a lot of the legendaries and the stuff that they made, it's like that's so much design time that just went out of classes and into a thing we're going to throw in the bin eventually.
That's exactly it.
Yeah. Has that amount of design time just went into the new class, went into the existing classes? Because I imagine we're all going to get a lot of changes. It's not like they're going to port us, or at least I think anyway. It's going to be hard enough to just port what you have right now directly into the new talent system.
That will be difficult. Well, like there's certain classes that'll be just free as hell. Like Druid is free as hell for that. Not linearly, but in a bunch of ways. But there's other classes like, what do you do with, especially classes that are fairly simple? It's like, what do you do with a mage? What does the Frost Mage talent tree look like? And then you think, oh, well, I guess because they've got so few tools to work with, then you might start to see like more interesting Glacial Spike stuff, more interesting Frozen Orb stuff. And then obviously you think of mage and you go, okay, well, you've got that massive history of what mages can do. Obviously specifically in like PvP and stuff like that. But you've got that, you like imagine what the class tree looks like for a mage, and you've got loads of ideas immediately. You've got all the barriers, you've got Time Warp, you've got Blink, you've got Shimmer, you've got Conjuring stuff. You've got so much of like mage history there. I mean, Demon Hunters might struggle a little bit there, but like the classes that have loads of history will have great class spec trees, they should. Obviously I can't say what Blizzard have done with them because I haven't seen. But yeah, There's a whole bunch of Dominicus. There's one class tree and one spec tree, so you have access to both and fill them out. So you have a class tree that's like for your utility and your like kind of not your core spec, and then you've got one for your spec as well. So you're going through both at the same time, which means you don't have to worry about it anymore. Which is the problem with the old system was you put so much of your points into your actual spec that you only had like 14, 21, whatever expansion you're playing to go into the other side. And I was like, okay, there was some meaningful choice in there in terms of like druids going into a little bit into, for Fuhrer and the resto tree for like transformation, stuff like that. But generally it's like this system seems to has potential at least.
Yeah. As always, I have drank far too much liquids before the stream, so I'm going to leave you with chat for a second.
Same TBH like, but
going to take care of business.
Yeah.
I should have done that so mysteriously.
Indeed.
1 minute.
Yep. So chat, what do you want to talk about while he's gone? Anyway, yes. Hold the button, a feature for all classes. So we don't know. The only confirmation is that the Evoker has that. We don't actually know if any of the other classes do. But I feel like it would be really, really bad if they didn't. It would be really, really bad if they went, here's the new class with the new button that's really, or the new feature for gameplay that's really fun and exciting. Fuck everyone else. Then everyone would re-roll to drag their Evoker and everything would be gone. That would kind of be the problem there. So it's also like you can think of stuff that would work. Like, remember that slam used to be a cast time? Now, if you slam and you hold slam, the warrior's going like this, holding it back a little bit further, and then you let go, bang, big damage. That's the kind of thing. If that's like interesting filler, or even just party rotation, that could be fun. Same with aim shot for hunters. Hold aim shot, hold, and you let go for the big damage. Stuff like that's really fun. How will Evoker work with old expansions? To just work. You won't have to level in them, but it'll just play. So yeah, that's the stuff. I think there's a load of potential in this, to be honest with you. But yeah, not every class, but I imagine Fire Mage and Warrior. Yeah, that's another example where, not sure about I-Beam, Demon Hunter, but like Pyroblast that you hold. And now this is where it's a problem that World of Warcraft is on keyboard, because I'm trying to think. Actually, I was playing a little bit of Horizon Forbidden West yesterday, and the sheer amount of feeling you get from the adaptive triggers on PS5 from your controller vibrating based on pressing buttons, it makes the game so much more interesting. And I think that's one of the things they're trying to get at here. Obviously, with no controller, it's not going to work. But I would believe the new hold the button mechanic won't root you in place. That's a good point, actually. It would be very, very good if they didn't hold you in place, because you can very much imagine the idea of just, hold button, there you go. But imagine hold and 80% move speed, 50% move speed, something like that. Would actually genuinely be really interesting. Channel skills with the perfect zone. Channeled, maybe not so much, but I could see them kind of working that for channeled as well, where it casts while you hold it. That would certainly be interesting for arcane missiles rather than, arcane missiles. It'd be a lot more interesting, I think. I think that'd be way, way better. Someone else said something I was interested in talking about. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, WoW has been great for mobility and combat. Hopefully that does make it better. But yeah, no, I imagine that feature will be really, really nice generally. Pray return to the waking shores. I assume that was not intentional. I'm sure that was not intentional. Paladin standing there chanting gets louder and louder. See, that's the stuff that's really cool. You can start to, once you start to imagine all of the different kind of gameplay stuff that you're, not even just gameplay, like physical button stuff, but holding that. It's so much stronger. Timed blocking, oh no. That's a thing where you can see how this kind of steps it down the path to be, hey, maybe World of Warcraft will be a lot more actiony than before, but I can't imagine that. I definitely can't imagine that. No stream until next week. No, Nox will actually be streaming on Friday again to cover. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of info now, but we will stream again on Friday to cover whatever else is happening overall. Dark-On Man, I don't think they're needed for every spec. Yeah, that's a thing where I feel like it's especially for older classes, I imagine they'll do things like put it on talent ability. Like, as an example, think Glacial Spike. Glacial Spike is almost certainly like a button that would work really well for that hold, because you can even, if I remember, the animation even has it a little bit shaking. That would feel really nice to, you're holding the button while you do that. And then maybe even you release it, the longer you hold it, the more icicles it brings in. So you can fire off a quick Glacial Spike, or you can make a massive one, something like that. Do you feel there's any red flags thus far? No, it's hard to say, because the only red flags I really feel are, I guess, the stuff they didn't talk about. That feels like it could be a little bit of a red flag. Just, we haven't talked about this system, which means we have nothing good to announce. But it could also mean we're not going to talk about it yet. I think that's completely fair. That's completely fair. The new class is healer and range DPS, which is interesting, but I guess they don't want to. I suppose with tanks, I think they have more problems with tanks in terms of how many of them are actually good and how many of them are flavor of the month. So I think they're kind of maybe trying to result that. But also there's something else with with the fact that it doesn't have the Earth Warder stuff. It doesn't have the Black Dragonflight magic at all. So I feel like there's going to be like a fairly major lore reason for that. Or maybe they just didn't want to make it. Same with Demon Hunter. Maybe they went, 2's enough. That's all. That's all. And yeah, Shanna, no mention of any endgame systems. I think that's great. I think it is fantastic to not hear any of that, because that's the stuff that I think players care about the least. And if they're not talking about it, that means they know that, which I think to some can come across as there's no changes. So it's just going to be the same old shit. But just that case of, this is the stuff I think the philosophy of design and development for World of Warcraft is definitely improved on this front. I mean, I think that'll probably feel bad for like a lot of super core players, but if it does feel bad for core players, then I think that's a small thing to lose for players who falling out of love with the game to actually play it and have some fucking fun for a change, instead of, sorry, you're not sweaty enough to play.
Seen something terrifying. Walked in there, bam, your face is on the TV.
Oh dear.
Turns out the whole team was watching our whole live stream through that wall on the TV.
Nice. Good.
Very good. Okay, no, checked in. Jared's
Yep.
actually seeming pretty pumped about things. So
Yep.
good fun. Connell's working in clips, and it would be handy if he could have access to the stuff for the deep dive.
Okay.
Or some of the post deep dive. But anyway.
Okay. Well, if
That's the updates from the team.
Yeah. So if you pretend to be reasonable and quiet for 1 second, I'll restart the recording. There we go.
Cool.
Yep.
Yeah,
We did.
mission
Yeah.
accomplished.
We didn't go anywhere. We didn't go anywhere for our viewers, but recording was thing, just because.
Yeah. Basically, that's us putting the recording onto the NAS so that Connell can edit the clips. He's currently downstairs, and much of the
because
team coming together.
As far as I'm aware, there's a lot of, especially this definitely happens with the remote stuff as well. A lot of stream clippers end up having to be getting captures of VODs live and stuff. And I don't know if you've ever watched a VOD or downloaded one. God, the quality's grim.
Awful.
So if you see far too much of us in clips, it's probably why. Now, I'm going to take my turn and go away.
So how did things go?
Yeah. Just chatted about the new abilities, basically. Chatted about the hold stuff. Any red flags in the expansion announcement so far? To which I was like, not really. Outside of stuff they didn't talk about, but whatever. It's all looking... They have to get the execution right, but the philosophy's definitely improved. Yep.
Yep.
We have stream lag. Yep. I'm going to go and punch Connell in the head for uploading again. Yep.
See, it's tricky because we're all doing this on the same.
Yep.
Yeah, we're doing this all on the same internet connection. So whenever Connell uploads something for the Clips channel, I guess it hurts. Back. It actually gets to the stage where us having two broadband connections here would probably be a sane thing.
Then that would have problems with actual configuration that I couldn't be bothered to solve.
Aha, Pog.
But yes, hello.
Cool.
I was going to say something, yes. I will go investigate that issue and also be gone.
Cool, right, well, I am powerless to do anything about the lag from where I'm sitting, but Matt is going to go and get us... He's going to go get us ship shape. We've basically been trying to use the there's a bandwidth limiter built into Chrome. So we were trying to do that so we could get just enough upstream to start, putting our clips out, but without like making this fall over. So let's see. Dylan says, do you think Evoker will get features from the old expansions? No. I think none of that for Evoker. They start immediately. Hang on. It would make more sense if when I'm talking to chat, I'm also kind of looking at you. Okay, so right. Hello, chat. Let's do just that. Blizzard announced the original Dungeon Finder will not be available in Wrath of the Lich King Classic. Oh, yeah. Does that mean that they are jumping straight to the Dungeon Finder that came in like 3.3? Was it 3.2? I think it was. I can't believe I don't even remember that. Yeah. By the way, hang on. The big red thing that looked angry is now turned green. So maybe we're not lagging anymore. That's good. Oh, man. Right. Other things. Does this mean the whole Lordaeron thing was nonsense? I do not know what to think about that Lordaeron thing, to be honest. Oh, yeah. There goes our frames again. I at least think the audio is going to be preserved. Yeah, we have no idea about the Lordaeron thing. But and I know that this is still laggy for you, but did I close our Notion page? Come on, Notion. Okay, hang on, I'll bring it up. I actually, in fact, I don't even have the button to show you my screen. Oh man. Anyway, yes, Lordaeron. So what basically happened is some of the quests in the 925 PTR, they came under the like overall drop-down banner of Quel'Thalas. That made people think like, wait, what? Would it not be Eversong? Would it not be Ghostlands? What's going on? So who knows? At this stage, that's just how those things appeared. Perhaps we will get some stuff. Like they talked about 9.2.5, but they didn't really go into too much depth about it. Which would almost make me wonder if they are planning to have a few of these events. Right? Like a few of these. Because usually what happens is you get two things at once. You get the big new cinematic trailer, and then you also get the gameplay trailer. That obviously didn't happen this time around, so it makes me think they're going to have another event where they kind of go like a little bit more in depth in the gameplay. And, maybe they can actually have a presentation where they walk us through like, hey, here's some new talents. Here's how a talent tree would actually work as you go through it. Hello, how are things going, Matt?
Yep, we are. Oh, so my presence is maybe causing it. No, it's fine. It's fine. Just watching the stream, and it seems to be. Oh no, yikes. I have no solution. I assumed it was Connell stuff, but I know what it is. It's the fucking NAS.
Oh, the NAS is uploading.
We're auto uploading. As soon as I stop the recording, it started uploading the file.
Oh yeah, so it goes locally to the NAS, but then the NAS mirrors it to Dropbox.
Yep.
Which is probably not the ideal way to do things, but anyway.
Yeah, and it's rate limited. But because Colin's also using upload, then I'll stop that. There we go.
Problem solved?
Yep.
Quite a frame stutter by the end.
Yeah. So we've only lost 7,200 frames.
I've lost my bottle of water. No more of that.
Yep, good. Yep. Yeah, I was going to say I'll swap the camera for your dignity. Nah, you don't get dignity. We have gone off on one.
Yeah, it's tricky because it's like, what else is there to talk about to a degree?
That's the thing. I'm sure there's stuff that we'll figure out to talk about very soon. As we go away and like mull over the information, mull over what's been talked about, what hasn't been talked about, mull over like how any of this stuff connects to the lore, any potential like primal elemental stuff connection. Because even when you think of like, well, what are the primal elementals like? What are the elementals like on Draenor? What's the difference? Was there a link between spirit? What actually caused this awakening? Was it what Jailor did? Or is it something else and we're only kind of experiencing it now?
Hopefully no Jailor.
Yeah, because it's a case of like, Pandaria, of course, opened up because the Cataclysm knocked away the Oh, I can't remember his name. The Emperor. What was the Emperor's name, Michael? The Mist Emperor that covered all the staff.
Wait, what? You mean Xiao Hao?
Yeah, Xiao Hao. Yes, Xiao Hao. Yeah, Xiao Hao's. He had the burdens of Xiao Hao. His mist was destroyed by this cataclysm. So it's like, did the jailer do this or did something else? Yep.
Yes, there, Holinka and Rock Boy, same guy.
Yeah, you got that up. Oh yeah,
100% same guy.
Very good. Yep.
Yeah, I'm just kind of going through Twitter to see what what things people have highlighted. Are we just ignoring the sword stabbing the planet?
Yes. Yes, we are.
Maybe for now. Yes. No, Mr. GM said I would have loved to do a dev interview. I know Scott Johnson's doing one.
Doing or did?
Doing.
Okay.
He's not done it yet, but he is doing it. So I think there is going to be a wave of interviews with members of the press. We're not involved. I think we just found out that Mr. GM's not involved.
Yep. I wonder. Yeah.
Oh, here's a little bit. Ryan from Polygon has apparently spoken to Denuser on this. So
Interesting that Polygon get an interview after the recent mishaps. By which I'm referring to the fact that they dragged World of Warcraft through the mud story-wise.
Yeah, well, didn't we all?
Yeah, fair.
If they started being precious on that, then let's see, they couldn't go to Kotaku, they couldn't go to Polygon, they couldn't go to BC Gamer, they'd have no fucking websites left.
It would just be Edge.
Yeah.
It'd just be Edge, and then Edge would be like, sorry, we have a feature on Genshin Impact or something instead.
Okay, so they talked there. That's just some basic information, not entirely dissimilar to DH's from Legion, which could only be elves. But these, they're singular, but that means they have loads of customization options. Yup. Is that kind of like? That's not different heads. Anyway. Right, so they can use their wings to buffet people away, breathe fire out of their mouths, knock people back with their tail.
No, sorry.
Can't. Oh yeah, I guess that's the thing. A gnome evoker wouldn't make sense because an evoker needs to have a tail to do a tail swipe.
Yep.
Yeah.
But that also means that these evokers are definitely only in the dragon forms as opposed to the humanoid form.
Yeah, which I guess would mean then
if
the humanoid form was to follow Visage Day, then you should be able to be a gnome like Chromie.
Yes, that's a good point.
Yeah.
People's expression's limited in why the NPCs aren't. That's unfortunate. But also, something else I had to say about that. What was it? Yeah. Yeah, it feels weird that they put so much effort in to like the Visage customizations if they're out of combat only, which is obviously me going, I can't believe you've done this. I can't believe you have limited player choice, blah, blah, blah. But at the same time, who's that for then? Who have they made that for? People who want to look cool? People who want to look cool when they're walking around the city, press the button to stop being a Worgen when a human again, but for dragons and not for Worgen. So I think that's actually really... If this is a thing for our peers to enjoy, fucking hell yeah, go for it. Absolutely. Also, see that ability, Soar? Go up and cast spells when they're mobile? Fuck that. That's... I can't remember the name of it, but that's the Demon Hunter PvP talent. And fuck that.
Okay, so then also, the new type of spell... The empowered ones. Very specific for Evoker right now, so don't expect that. Okay, maybe they'll move in that direction if the experiment works well.
No. You cannot have one class have literally a cool new way of playing the game and then go, fuck it, wait till next expansion to have it on any of the other classes.
Well, we don't fully know yet. We don't fully know.
But if that means, sorry, we don't really want to tell you, but with no plans, then I would personally be extremely furious. And I would have to play Evoker, and I was kind of hoping to do melee DPS this expansion.
Well, one of the things, an example, is whether you hit 1, 2, or 3 targets, depends on how much you commit to the spell.
That's actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that can actually mean that you can reduce your button count, but kind of increase your interactivity with your button, which, funny enough, is something we've been enjoying in Crystalline Conflict.
Indeed,
More, there's a few, I think that's just images from the press kit. For healing, trying to find out what their niche is. And apparently group burst healing is the niche. But no specific things are really mentioned. Mobility's big. Won't be as mobile as a demon hunter. But it's high mobility for a casting class that's going to be quite potent, especially in timed Mythic Plus dungeons.
That's interesting because we were talking about when you were away, the idea of holding not being like casting and that you're stuck. So if these have high mobility and a couple of these abilities, does that then mean that you have what I call? Does that then mean that you can move while casting them, or as a potential option, maybe a talent or something? That's certainly interesting. Oh dear. Isn't that Shaman? Yeah, I guess that is Shaman, but that's relying on Spirit Walker's Grace, which... No, they won't. I was going to say they might be real bastards and remove that, or nerf it if it's too strong, and then give that niche to these guys, but who knows? Who knows? Do you think there's any chance for a third spec of Evoker will coming after some patches of in-game lore are done? So I think Porter Gage was just talking about that on Twitter. It's really interesting... It's really interesting that they don't have an Earthwater-based stuff. We were saying about this when you were away as well. That they only have, red and blue is their AoE. Sorry, their DPS. Just fucking three-letter acronyms. God damn. But then their healing is bronze and green, which leaves where's their Earth magic. So obviously the first thing to go is, well, maybe they don't have that. Maybe that's a lore thing with Neltharion. Maybe they were created to use all 5, but they only use 4 because of some like personal reason. They've fallen out with the Black Dragonflight or something. Or it could just be Earth is the shared element. So they'll always use Earth, like they'll always have defensives. They'll have like Earth as like a movement kind of thing. And then they'll use the other one specifically for that. So somewhere in the middle. But yeah, Earth are probably CDs and stuff like that. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to search about the internet to see
any content.
Yeah, to see if there is anything. And to be honest, no. I guess if you were wondering about some of the customization, like that stuff's all movable. So I guess it's like bartender being baked in,
which is nice.
Certainly good.
This is the awkward thing where I would very much like to ultimately play WoW with no add-ons. I don't know if that'll ever be possible with the DBM because of how fights are designed and stuff like that. But I'd very much love to not have to get a complete UI overhaul, just because it feels like you're not really playing the game in that way. That's the thing I've noticed trying to play Classic and going, well, I'm going to use LVUI because I'm not going to not, and then walking around but like, this doesn't quite feel right without the base UI. This doesn't feel doesn't feel the same. It's a very minor thing, but it doesn't feel the same to me.
So interesting. I mean, none of these interviews have happened yet. I know that if I go to Scott, like he did tweet, doing an interview with a WoW dev later for their new expansion. We'll post it to their podcast feed for Core shortly after. So that at least is indicating that there is a wave of press interviews happening. I guess the question is who's going to have them. I don't know. No one that obviously I haven't really looked on Twitter or whatnot, but like no one I've been following his. So I imagine this is like a couple of, what's the last thing they did for Name 2? They just went to a bunch of news outlets and a bunch of, especially they did a lot of foreign press stuff. They did a couple of French and a couple of Chinese ones. So we'll have to see those come in, which means, shameless self-plug. Come back here on Friday and we'll go over all that stuff. But also we'll probably go over that stuff as soon as it happens in videos, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, so Matt, what do you think we do next? Hard to say. I feel like we should go and make some content. That's probably or go to sleep. I think making our content plan is probably the thing to do. I think there's definitely a lore video in talking about how all of this slots into the dragons and Azeroth's history. Like 2, to be honest. Yeah, so we're definitely going to have that. Yep. I think some more, processed thoughts on these features as well over in the main channel. I suppose that's mostly it. Well, sure. I guess if you have any burning questions, now is the time. Oh, apparently they apparently they reached out to Preach for an interview, but he declined. Fair enough. Yeah. Fair. Considering 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 of the developers have me blocked on Twitter, I think we are not going to be on the list of outlets. No. That will. And to be fair, I don't know if I'd trust myself. It'd just be like, just straight up like, yeah. Why have you done this? Why have you done this?
Please stop gaslighting us. Why did you make these decisions? But hopefully I don't need to ask that, or I don't need to think about that question anymore. We'll soon see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just kind of going through a chat for things. I mean, it's interesting.
Yeah.
Because certainly Preach would have been good. He would have been able to mine them on, what these talents actually mean for gameplay and how that's going to feel at endgame. So hopefully there's someone there who's going to do that, because sometimes what you get with the big press sites is, they're not really WoW specialists.
Yeah, you get general stuff of just this is any other game, whereas for us we're like, no, literally, like we know that you're saying this, but you said the different thing a year ago. What's your actual stance? And then that's like, I imagine most PR places aren't happy with that. They just want, like, not to be unfair to a lot of the sites for just repeating stuff, but it's just kind of being a mouthpiece for PR sometimes.
Yeah,
that's the kind of thing that I can't really blame them for wanting that versus a bunch of bullshit. 'Cause I mean, there's likely going to be a controversy coming out of talking to someone about this, like someone deep in the community. So
yeah,
this way they can kind of clean it up. And also there's a little more accountability, because if you interview, say you work for Polygon, you interview them and you say something a bit rough or grim, or you challenge them, then they could go to your boss, like what happened with Gersman, way back then. Which thankfully brought us Giant Bomb, so
That worked out
ultimately
pretty well
worked out
in the
well.
end,
Yeah, but a little bit different when you're talking to Preach and he doesn't give a shit.
Funny comment from Donuts now for the crushing disappointment of wanting to play WoW, but remembering it's still the Shadowlands.
That's the worst part of this, yep.
Settle in for a year, bro.
Yep.
What's the one feature or thing not discussed you'd really like to see? I mean, for me, it's easy enough. It's probably something to do with player housing, which is definitely not going to happen. I guess it would be how they conceive of the broad World of Warcraft experience at a time where we're not focused on the big built-around features. That is mostly what I would say. I just want to know how they overall think about things. Because, reps, are we going to go back to having actual reps like we had in MoB? Because, like, WoD was just grind bars, and everything beyond WoD was just do world quests, get Paragon boxes. Like, there was no reps in the way that, they had stories that developed or anything like that. So what's going to go on there? These dragonflights. Some leaks are talking about the dragonflights almost being like covenants. Do I have to choose in my character? To be honest with you, I'd far rather just have them be there as 5 mammoth reps.
Yeah, that's
that my character could just go and do all of the content, and that stuff is decently account wide, such that I'm swapping around my alts for kind of like gameplay options and stuff. That's the kind of thing I'd really want to know.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think something like the farm should be expanded? Have a mop farm, tanning area, and wild? Yeah, things like that would be cool. You need to make sure they don't allow for like easy automation and botting to like ruin economies and stuff, I suppose. But fundamentally, I like that sort of content. I think it would be good for that to be in the game.
That's the awkward part, where as soon as they make it like lean into other systems or lean into overall player economy, then it's like, well, this is just botted and farmed. So it's like, I think that's a really unfortunate part, where they really the fact that they can't just deal with bots as this is a cheating problem or a hacking problem will solve that from like a software technical side. The fact that they have to solve it with design issues or like design considerations at times is very frustrating. And I imagine it's, I think it's frustrating. I'm not the one trying to solve those problems. I'm sure everyone at Blizzard just thinks about bots and screams every now and again, because imagine trying to go profession revamp and just be like, what way is this going to be ruined today by a load of people trying to make money? Have to think about that.
Somebody has sent me a Towley tweet.
Oh.
Towley says, talent revamp seems to be what's replacing systems in general, according to the IGN interview. Also, big note, Ian mentions he's not happy with how personal loot is working out, so some changes possibly there.
Let's go! Master loot!
Might be time to go to IGN.com.
Oh, no. Get your fucking turbo grade ad block on.
Yeah, it's like it's here, but director dismisses rumors of console port.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's going to be a big thing with the UI changes. I was like, oh, UI changes? Console port?
It's really weird when you see a site like this, and it's almost like everything is just designed for like being discovered in SEO.
Oh yeah, are you new to the web, to the internet? Like,
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, this all feels, you Bloomberg, turn rush hour into, oh, I'm being assaulted, go away, be gone. Ugh, jeez, disgusting.
Is it any wonder people's brains just cease functioning? As soon as you hit like 26, it's just like...
Alienware, defy boundaries. Uh-oh. I don't think boundaries are actually a pretty good thing.
I don't want to defy boundaries. I want to play video games on. I want to play video games on a video gaming laptop that's a reasonable price for performance.
With the MMO getting improved, controller support recently, and now fully customizable HUD, Hazuko's doesn't seem keen. He says, "Nah, I think World of Warcraft is words are hard. Game designed from the ground up for the PC. I think we've just been looking into ways which add-ons at times have felt increasingly required, or like the first thing you do when someone comes to the game for the first time is tell them, hey, go download an add-on pack." Okay, so that's kind of like their intent with the UI. Okay, so maybe are we going to get... It's one of those things where it's like the interview's never just posted. We spoke with game director Ian Zakostas and narrative director Steve Deneuser ahead of the announcement. Okay.
Oh yeah, they do have the Black Dragonflight magic.
All right, so yep, that's just talking about Dragtheer. Is there anything here on talents?
I'm fairly sure I clicked the talent interview. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Okay, yeah. For several expansions, Warcraft players have been frustrated with a series of gimmicks designed to increase player power that were then ditched at the end of each expansion, rip artifact weapons. In Dragonflight, Blizzard appears to be ready to ditch the temporary magic amulets and what have you, and go back to good old-fashioned talent trees.
Yes.
New talent tree is not just a re-emergence, it's completely overhauled with both class and spec-specific talents. In an interview with IGN, Hazakostas explains their reasoning. In the years since we've moved away from standard talent trees, we've realized that while there was initial appeal to focusing the choices and really meaningful pivots in your character's capabilities, the system didn't lend itself to the sort of ongoing growth and expansion. We were increasingly turning to new systems to fill the hole the change to the talent system left. Of course, some of these were more successful than others, and there was a lot of excitement in them. It also inherently feels pretty bad to leave something behind at the start of every new journey, to start every expansion by saying goodbye to a piece of your character you've grown attached to for the last couple of years, as opposed to feeling like you're progressing. So excited for that, returning to roots in a sense, but also to carry a lot of lessons that they've learned over the last dozen years about different talent systems and how they work. Hazakostas reassures players it will be very easy to reallocate talent points and switch up specs, and the Blizzard wants to get back to an idea that used to be more common of players having an active secondary spec they can bust out as needed without a ton of effort. The current plan, he says, is to have multiple loadouts that can be adjusted while in town, but then swapped freely between in the field.
Very nice. Very, very good.
Yeah, no, that all sounds like learning to me. Talent trees aren't the only core system. Yeah, so professions, and that's kind of just going into the things we've already talked about. Here's one. UI. One of the challenges default UI is it doesn't have the information laid out in the best way possible for larger screens. Yeah, we've moved away from a 1024 by 768 CRT.
Just a wee bit.
Yes, that's all. All the usual. Okay, so that's just a little bit from Ian making it very clear that, these new talents are replacing a lot of stuff we used to get. What's this? In regards to rep, they did say in an interview, which is with Us Gamers, each zone has its own purely cosmetic renown-like rep, and you can do them all at the same time.
Interesting.
Okay, that's really good. Does that mean that each zone kind of at max level is going to have its own gameplay layer? Like a little bit of a Suramar going on with its...
No, I would very, very
I don't
much...
wanna
I
say
would
that too
super
much.
caution against saying Suramar because that was a lot of content.
Yeah,
it's probably smaller stuff because remember, kind of, that's how Legion kind of worked. You had your rep in each zone. So it could just be World Quest-a-thon for rep grind. I wouldn't get too excited.
That's what I want to hear them talk about.
Yeah.
Because, do you remember World Quest 2.0 for Shadowlands? Yeah. Remember that? And that was certainly...
World Quest 0.5.
Yep. World Quests. They're slower now.
Yeah. Which is fine, but they're not more fun. You made the unfun take longer, not the thing become fun.
Yeah, that's it.
Because it's like I agree with that principle when it comes to like fighting enemies. Where like, yeah, we wanted to not have you one shot everything. You're like, sweet. But then apply the same to world quests. You're like, but these aren't fun. Why are they not fun? Is it because they're world quests? Maybe. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, Warcraft Twitter account is getting in some of that action, highlighting new Primalist sets.
Nice.
Which are certainly.
I cannot wait for them to ship, and every difficulty below Mythic doesn't have the spell effects again. Wouldn't that be great? I can't wait to beta opens and I can send some feedback. Oh dear. Yeah.
Yeah,
they're learning.
I keep on looking at Twitter to see if somebody has tweeted a crispy scoop. Not really happening because I just don't think that much information is out there yet.
Yeah, indeed.
I'll try OzGamers.
Yeah, I'm scamming through it now. I don't really see massive. This is an opportunity for us to head back into Azeroth and into a very grounded space. It feels like classic World of Warcraft. Good job, Jeremy. Good job. Yeah, not necessarily about a world-ending threat. It's about history, characters, exploration. You're an exploration-based adventure. Oh yeah, that's one thing I wanted to say during the deep dive. Talking about it not being like a military expedition, but it's like scientists and shit. You're like, has that ever happened before?
No.
It's every time it's been, it's TBC, head of military expedition to stop Illidan. Ratha's King. Go set up a literal forward camp to push our way into Northrend to kill Arthas. Sweet. Cataclysm was a little bit more kind of out there, but it was still, go kill loads of stuff. And then the other part was, Mists was militaristic immediately, and it doubled down on the military stuff. There was parts of that were cool, like Anduin's little expedition, having to go find him and sort him out. That felt really cool. So I think the more of that. Yeah, basically everything was just, we have to go in and kill someone. This time it's, we have to go in and see what the crack is. Then we'll kill people later, but yeah.
Let's see this for renown. Looking back, extends to recent history as well, taking elements of an expansion like Shadowlands and reimagining them for the return. You're going to be seeing an advancement to the renown system that we used in Covenants, which we think is a really cool way to set up a reputation in a way that feels fresh. No,
it felt fresh, but it wasn't really cool.
If that's just your renown bar, or sorry, if that's just like a new way for a rep bar to feel, fine. But if it is just, you get 2 points every week, that's it, and then catch up kicks in. If it's that, please no, please reconsider.
Interesting.
We'll see. But anyway, so what he keeps on saying though, which we think is a really cool way to set up a reputation in a way that feels fresh World of Warcraft. Jeremy Fiesel says, our 4 main reputations each have their own different set of renowned levels, and that lets us reward you often. It lets us show you what you're getting during the course of unlocking various different things, whether it's cool cosmetics associated with those reps, or additional quest lines associated with them, or additional gameplay. We really wanted to go deep with all of these different aspects. The new version of daily quests is going to be transferring over to a very activity-centric system where you're always making progress.
Threads of Fate.
Unlike Covenants, you don't pick one of these different reps to gain renown. You can do all of them. Good. We're looking at how we can incorporate alt-friendliness in the same way we did in 9.1.52. So it's all a big refresh to the outdoor world.
Michael.
Sounds like learning.
They're looking at a patch that was after a 0.0. That's the first time they've ever done that. Every single time we get a 0.0 that's like every other 0.0. But now they're looking at a 0.15 and going, maybe we should put this in the next game. That's genuinely incredible. That's incredible. But yeah, I guess like my fear here is this like, okay, this is all Threads of Fate stuff, so it doesn't really have like activities you do specifically for it. It's you do your Threads of Fate and fill the bar until your bar's filled, and then you go do a quest that takes 5 minutes. That's kind of the problem I kind of feel like I'm kind of anticipating with this. But I could almost definitely see this be, go and everything you do feels kind of good for this.
Yeah, I've got here, with both an alpha preview and beta event planned, Blizzard's not quite ready to reveal the release date. That said, Return to Azeroth and the more grounded story, it wasn't an immediate cataclysmic event. We were curious what it meant to visit. Right. Okay, so what's this going to be? With the Dragonflights, if they couldn't be defended as Azeroth anymore, what is their future? Jeremy ponders. That's really what we're going to be exploring, and we'll be getting into their stories as you land in the Dragon Isles. You're going to be meeting with Dragonspawn, Dragonkin, some of our ancient friends from Blackwing Lair, Uprise for New Generation, learning about their purpose in Dragon Society. We're going to find out the life pools of the Red Dragonflight, where the sacred oath to the Titans was put forth, helping them regain some of their power.
Was that a soft retcon from... No, never mind. I'll sort that out later.
Visiting the different Dragonflights is a bit similar to what we did in Wrath of the Lich King, Jeremy concludes. But these are fully fledged areas, and many of them have dungeons associated with them, helping the Black Dragonflight take back their defensive citadel, helping the Green secure the Grove. The main Dragonflights aren't all of the dragons in World of Warcraft either. We've met a bunch of other dragons, Stone Dragons, Thunder Dragons. Here we're meeting another group of dragons called the Primalists. They follow a group of primal incarnates, followers of Galakrond. Ancient, huge proto-dragons that chose not to side with the Titans.
Cool.
They believe everything should be subservient to dragonkind because they're big and powerful. Facing off against dragons. Dragon versus dragons can be a lot of fun.
That's really...
There's a little bit of plot.
That's really cool, generally, but it's also really frustrating. I'll tell you exactly why. On Friday, we covered a community console post, forum post from someone who talked about how dragons didn't really feel like dragons. They just felt like elves that sometimes could be dragons. Obviously, they're going to rectify a bunch of that with this stuff by focusing on them. But those proto-dragons being like, fuck it, we're dragons, we're cooler, we're bigger, we're stronger, everyone can bow to us. Those are cool dragons, but they're the villains, so we have to kill them. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. But generally, yeah, that's actually really cool. The fact that they're followers of Galakrond means they probably do have decent storytelling to do with that, which means all of my fears can go a little bit away. There was one other little thing you kind of skipped over in the interview that... Let me say that again, but not extremely fast. There's one thing you skipped over in that interview that I thought was interesting.
Oh.
Because obviously everyone's like, the really defensive people will be like, but my flying, I've taken away my no-clip. Why am I have to do this gameplay now? I don't know why I was doing a little bit of blame game, but there's obviously flying, people are going to be mad at missing flying, right? Because it's just convenient, go here. And they're like, this isn't the flying I wanted. Fuck's sake. Jeremy said, you're going to be moving much faster than existing mount speeds on flying. So dragon riding is going to be extremely fast, which will probably take away all that
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Because what would piss me off is if they did a really cool new feature. It just felt great. But because technically it wasn't as the crow flies, the fastest way, the efficient way, that it would then just get railed on by people. So yeah, if it ends up being faster and it feels better, then, people just kind of universally think, okay, that's really cool.
Yep.
Yeah, then I'd start to wonder could that be a jumping off point to more interesting traversal in Warcraft?
Absolutely.
Don't know. Yeah. But yeah, certainly interesting.
Yeah, I mean, as Dark Souls says, as someone who's gotten the mounts in Guild Wars 2, it's way more fun. But people will optimize the fun out of things. So it's is it faster to just fly as the crow flies across this? Yes, then you'll fly instead of dragon ride. But if dragon riding's way faster, then just fucking off you go. Off you go.
Yeah. So evidently there's a lot they could have showed us. They could have really went into all the rewards from these new big reputations in each of the zones. They could have dived into what that content's going to look like, what these activities and events and things are going to look like. Yep. So they have cards close to their chest. I think the big question is, are there going to be new bullet points, new features that we don't know about? Or is this really it for the main features? And instead, it's that thing where the devil is in the details. Therefore, the thing they're trying to get right is the details. Which, probably would not be ideal if you're a person trying to market this game. Probably going to be better if you're one of the people playing it.
Well, that's a thing where I feel like if at any point these designers are thinking, how do we market this? If anyone's thinking this not in terms of how do we get our audience to like this, in terms of how do we market this, how do we put an axe in a cab in New York? How do we sell this to loads of people? If they are thinking that instead of going, what's going to make this game the best? What's going to make this game the most fun? Then I think they're kind of making a mistake. So the idea of we've got one bullet point, but the bullet point has like a little indent bullet point below that says, by the way, this is actually fucking good for a change. Then I think that's better than 5 bullet points. I think everyone will kind of feel that way.
Yeah, I'd also think, this is super important, it seems that these things, this will be work that is important in the next expansion.
Yeah.
And that's been a big difference to the past. Like, they could fix up professions in WoW. Then professions will be way more in-depth, way more interesting. And then in the next expansion, we carry through that win. Talents. Right? Let's say the next expansion takes us up to level 80.
Is this the borrowed power problem solved forever?
Yeah. Then they give us 10 more talent points, and they add a few more things to our trees.
We go, thank you.
And, you know, the way that could work as an example here is, yeah, they can only give us 1 or 2 new talents, but because you have more points, you can invest more into the existing tree so that you have more options, so you feel like a little bit of growth. So I think that's like my main takeaway here.
For sure.
This is actually work being put into the overall long-term health and quality of World of Warcraft. We'd always been pissed off at the idea of like they just kind of, since Legion, they've remade the same thing. And it's like WoW hasn't actually moved forward. It's almost felt like they've tried to remake the same thing, but every time we get less content with the most recent regurgitation of the endgame loop as established in Legion. So that also for sure has me excited. And then I guess from a gameplay perspective, they didn't talk about it much, but then of course we just have to look to 9.2.5 and the things that are changing there, which I suppose
actually that's a good point. I imagine they're not going to talk too much about how the game will work at endgame because we haven't seen what season 4 looks like.
Yeah,
I imagine there'll be a lot of like they'll build the content, but there'll be some of the system kind of I guess massaging the systems into place will maybe happen a little bit after season 4's got feedback, or at least like completely ironed in, like, you know, set in stone rather.
I guess to perhaps finish us off for today's stream.
Almost 4 hours. Deadly job.
What?
Yep.
Holy shit, dude. Yeah, there is just some stuff we should talk about which I think could be relevant. So here's the new Fated thing, right? So you can see here in the adventure guide, we've got all the Shadowlands raids, but you see there, Sepulchre of the first ones is actually, man, being able to highlight text. God damn it, Apple, this is such a fucking big pog feature. Anyway, Sepulchre of the first ones, Fated. This week, bosses in the raid are empowered with a special affix, loot drops upgraded to a higher item level, right? So that is interesting. There's a new UI tooltip that also implies the new affix is called Fated, which then sort of means it also applies to LFR. So that's kind of interesting. Now, as we move from that to the next tab. Yeah, the Fated raid affix data mined stuff. Okay, what do we got here? The hostile enemy is empowered and will cast ability name during the encounter. Anything listed in square brackets indicates this portion of the text will be added or changed when on heroic or mythic difficulties. So here's a Fated power. Summons a chaotic essence which casts chaotic destruction, inflicting cosmic damage to all players if successful. Upon interaction, the essence becomes hostile and instead continuously manifests chaotic motes. These channel 3 cosmic damage into targeted players every 0.5 seconds for 3 seconds. When defeated, they split into additional motes. After 15 seconds, it all dissipates, giving people 2% increased damage done and healing done. 2% absorbs for 30 seconds, and the effect stacks for each mote slain.
Interesting. That's exactly what we expected of here's another thing to interact with during this. That's pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, that is cool. Save some more fun for the next stream. I'm doing this because I think some interviews will come out and we'll probably learn more.
We'll have plenty to go through.
Protoform Barrier. Protect the caster, reducing damage taken for 15 seconds. Stacks every second. Upon expiration, the barrier shatters, inflicting damage to all players. If broken, the effect backfires, inflicting all damage done to each enemy during the barrier's cosmic damage. Additionally grants all players increased damage done for 20 seconds. So this is basically a lot of Kiss Curse things. And I'm wondering then, they maybe have a selection of these Fated powers. And they can probably use multiple of them if they want to, like on a mythic. Or perhaps what they'll do is, they'll work out which one of these will suit a particular boss fight the best. Because these just won't work for some boss fights, will work for others. That way, we can have it actually make sense where they don't feel disruptive to the gameplay.
Exactly.
Interesting.
Yep.
So
That's nice.
perhaps we could see something like this be applied in the next expansion as we sort of begin to work out what the hell a season looks like in Warcraft.
Yep, indeed.
Yeah.
Interesting that the future of Warcraft is developing on multiple tracks at the same time.
Yeah, it really
I can
is.
only hope that means it's actually going somewhere. Because
Yeah.
At least I definitely, if we're kind of finish up for today, I honestly come out of here with a lot more hope than I expected.
Same.
I was not expecting any of these major changes that actually make the game feel better. I was expecting, I know how to put it. I was expecting iteration, not innovation, and we've got innovation today. And that is, we'll see how far that goes as to whether Dragonflight will be a good game TM or will be World of Warcraft but better.
Yeah.
And I think either one is good.
It means all that time where we were basically pissed off of the legendary effects and the acquisition, pissed off of the domination shards, just all these things are getting annoying.
Yeah.
At some point in time when it came to actually scoping out what the hell this expansion is, they made the decision to make it fundamentally different.
Yeah.
And that is the thing that bodes well. And a final nice little bit of info here, Matt. Just a Porter Gage found in one of the interviews. Something important I was wondering.
Oh, yes, that's from the Oscar
Yeah,
one as well.
so not only can the Drakthir fly, they have their own personal version of the dragon riding mechanic. So you're not going to be a dragon riding a dragon.
I was wondering about that.
But that does mean if you're a Drakthir, I guess like how a druid can fly, you can just fly.
Yeah.
But if you're in the Dragon Isles, you'll be using like the new flight
Dragon Isles
tech.
Very nice.
All right.
Yep.
I think to end it, World of Warcraft has evidently acknowledged the most important problems that it was suffering from as a video game, and it is trying to move away from those problems.
Yep.
I think that is pretty damn good news.
Yep. I'm thinking of, because I was at a concert on Sunday night, I'm thinking about specific lyrics from one of the author's tracks, which definitely is not going to work very well here. It's going to sound a little bit cringe, but in terms of what you're talking about, all that shit that's like all the time we spent, being mad at stuff and giving feedback at stuff. This particular line is, "But don't you waste the suffering you faced, it will serve you in due time."
Whoa.
So all of that bullshit, all of these mistakes may ultimately warrant them actually learning from it, because that's the one thing. It's fine to make mistakes. It's not fine to not learn from them. And there's a vague amount of learning going on here.
Yeah, and that was our worry for the longest time. Like,
Yeah.
it felt like maybe because of the way they just sort of have to communicate, like they were super against learning. And especially during the BFA era, we felt that really badly. With like the Azerite reforging costs and all of those things being hyper annoying to players. And it just felt like they really felt they knew better. Whereas we've really seen them abandon a lot of what they did. And you think back to all the justifications they consistently made for all of these things.
Yeah.
I mean, just 2 and a bit years ago, we were talking about conduits being consumables. And it took...
What a time.
It took a concerted effort from the beta testers to say, no, this will be terrible.
Yeah.
So it's just interesting how you only do this when it has been made crystal clear by the performance of your game that your assumptions and things just don't work.
Yep. Well,
so it's good that those things have changed.
Yeah. What is it they say about a wounded animal being or a cornered animal being the most dangerous? That's the thing where putting their backs to the wall have clearly made them realize something. And it is a shame that it took a substantial number of years of performance kind of slipping off, and also you're literally the headline for most gaming news outlets for bad reasons for like 6 months.
Yeah.
For that to kind of seem to fully happen organizationally, but better late than never. Better late than never.
Indeed. So look, that's it for today's stream. I'd like to thank the 7.3 thousand of you who are still here. That was kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I would say if you want to help us out with things, we are, of course, also developing a video game that will have actually somewhat a little bit different UI to what's currently in our very old Steam trailer. But yeah, we're making a video game, so if you would like to wish list this on Steam, we would, of course, appreciate that.
It's in the pinned message in the chat.
The team have been hard at work, and suffice to say, Steam is Steam is the thing that the wish lists help us out greatly with the Steam algorithm. The other thing I suppose over on Patreon. We're doing a lot more now. There is, of course, all of the sweet, sweet loot, including some Pale Beyond, kind of like, concept arty things in April's Patreon loot as well. And, also podcasts.
Yep.
I mean, one of them is out already. Jared was actually editing the other one today, so imagine
Should
that.
be able to go live today.
Okay, sweet. So if that's going live today,
today or tomorrow. Today or tomorrow.
Yeah, there'll be like a good hour and a half of fresh new podcast stuff. And actually, me and Matt did a big old podcast on Galacron.
That we did. It was great.
Way back in the past.
And it's now entirely irrelevant. Not really. It's not irrelevant. It's at the time it was very much we're going into the realms of death. Let's see what we could do with this. And now it's maybe we should do another Galacron podcast, but with a different direction this time.
Yeah, we just do a new Galacron podcast every 6 months as the lore changes.
Sounds good.
Grand.
Sounds good,
Okay, right. This was a fun time.
Yep,
I am
thank you very
glad that we're actually coming out of this seeing good shit.
Yep.
So thank you for hanging out, everybody.
And just one last thing. If you enjoyed this, we do this kind of thing. Less exciting than an expansion announcement, but we do this every Friday, 6:30 BST. So about just under about an hour and 45 minutes ago on the Fridays when we start.
Yep. We do stream every Friday. Okay. Wow. Now we need to think about what next. We're going to be busy over the next few days.
Absolutely. So
right.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Have a great evening. Goodbye. We'll catch you soon.